audio is one, video is coming on the phone, yes. And I will start the recording.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome council to the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting. I'll call the meeting to order at 9:02. Welcome to administration in the room and to any of the public and media attending online. Thank you for your participation today. Just a friendly reminder, the meeting is being recorded and it's also being videoed. So with that, we'll move on to item number 2, the adoption of the agenda. And I will now call for additions to the agenda. Councillor Naka.
I have one item, and that is the newly acquired property that we took over from Big Taxes for this coming crop year.
So that would be 7 Portland. Yeah. We'll just put together tax property. Anything else? No. Deputy Reeve.
No, they with me.
Councillor Witt. Councillor White.
Yeah. First one would be fire bans.
Okay, 75, 7.5, okay.
The next one, our IPL land, where we're putting pump station in camera for ag, an ag related thing on the property there in camera, please.
Okay.
And 201 boat launch at 201.
You can put that as 7.6.
Okay, right.
Anything else? No, that's it. I don't have anything to that administration.
We've got two late arriving correspondence items. The first one was a proclamation for World County Doctor Day. And the second is the RMA district update just arrived this morning.
Great, you got all of those amendments? Yeah.
I do.
Okay, I will now entertain a motion to adopt the May 13th, 2025 agenda as amended.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. We'll now move on to item number 3.1, adoption of the April 29th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes. Anyone note any errors or omissions? We're gonna do 100% pass. Looking for a motion to adopt minutes.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the April 29th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Great, thank you, Deputy Reeve. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. We don't have any public hearings today, but we do have a delegation. We have Staff Sergeant Henry from the Two Hills RCMP detachment with us today. So if you don't mind, Sergeant Henry, and
You was one very careful about, I have to keep it in there, they're going right by the door.
You saying that's too big?
We have one kind of table here. In the carriage.
See, we'd be good witnesses, because we sized you up when you walked.
Thank you.
yeah,
Well-
you know the drill.
Thank you so much for having us here. It's been some really good time. I'm gonna let him introduce himself in a minute here, because since he's taken over the crew team, we have had a lot of success. So, Solomon has done a lot of work with the team as their leader. He has worked with us as detachment commanders extensively. And when we know we have a bigger issue, which I just talked to him about another one, he's on board, he's always there to help out wherever needed. And he has a good, without blowing up his head too much, but he has a good rein on his guys, and actually has really made life a lot better for us when it comes to prolific offenders. I sent you the update recently, for the quarter. And so if we have any questions after, but I'm gonna turn it over to him right now to introduce himself and let him know how that last project is going. And just so you guys know that it's not the only project we have on the go. There is more coming, but we keep it a little bit quiet until we've actually engaged. So without any further ado.
I'm Corporal Chris Solomon. I work in a crime reduction unit out of St. Paul, Alberta. It's a divisional crime reduction unit. So I think it was about, might have been 5 or 6 years. The government, the provincial government, brought up 4 crime reduction teams to the province. So these teams are staffed by, I'm sure nobody can see it, but I can kind of read it up, but there's a sergeant, a corporal, and 6 constables per team. So there's 4 teams in the division, and each of these teams covers 1/4 of the province, basically. So our team is based out of St. Paul. We cover 27 detachments in Eastern Alberta district. We go all the way up to Fort Chipwin. We go to Lloydminster. We go all the way down to Consort Coronation, and we go all the way west out to Wabasca. So we do a lot of traveling. We cover a lot of area, and we work on pretty much any type of file that you could run into. So we provide assistance to 27 different detachments in the Eastern Alberta district. What we do is like executing search warrants, undercover buys. We do stolen property buys. Like I said, executing search warrants, which entails either writing the search warrants or just doing the executing with its if it's with help of the ERT team or any other team. So we kind of do the next level of investigation that maybe the general duty guys can't get to by themselves. So we have a team that will travel and will stay in the communities that we're helping, and we'll either devote, a week or 2 weeks, work on a project, and then we'll go to the next detachment that has a need. So that's kind of what our team does. We came to the Vegreville, Fort Saskatchewan, and Two Hills area because Staff Sergeant Colin Folk and Sergeant Dave Henry requested some help, as well as the Fort Saskatchewan detachment. Apparently there was an issue with break enters to lease sites, as well as temporary like cabins and things like that. So houses that were kind of unoccupied, and people would leave their stuff and things would go get stolen there. So we did a project. It was just 1 week long. It ended up being what we used was we had a drone pilot, we had a full-time surveillance team, which encompasses, I think there were 7 of us.
a team lead and 6 other members that were following these guys into the area. We put trackers on people, like on their cell phones. We put trackers in vehicles. We followed people to residences. We conducted takedowns. We used TDD deployments, which is like a spike belt that you see on TV, because a lot of these people don't stop for us. So that's the hardest part of arresting these people is we don't get into pursuits because we don't want to put the public at risk, but we have to find a way to stop them. So usually we'll covertly follow them with discrete vehicles or unmarked police vehicles or just vehicles that don't look like police cars. And we'll get in front of them and we'll put a spike belt in front of them. We'll take out the tires, and then at that point in time, we can either pit them into the ditch and then arrest them. So we ended up running into that situation twice. We ended up arresting, I believe it was, I'll just get that. So we ended up arresting 5 prolific offenders during this 1-week project, and we got 22 criminal code charges. So quite a few charges out of that. We got some good arrests. Like I said, 5 prolifics, guys that we deal with all the time. They were in this area. Yeah, so I believe 2 of them were remanded into custody, and I think they're still awaiting their court to come up. The other 3 were eventually released. So it was very successful. We had, like I said, 2 spike belt deployments, and we also another part of what we do is bait vehicle deployments. So we'll put a vehicle out and we'll try to get it stolen, or a quad or a trailer or any kind of bait items that we have wired up. And we were lucky enough, we had one truck that was stolen, and we arrested somebody in it there. So they were charged with that as well. So that project, yeah, like I said, it was a week long. We'll be doing more things like that with collaboration with the detachment commanders. Like I said, whenever they have an issue, we usually discuss with them and we come up with the best possible way to deal with it there. So any questions about the project or the team and from anybody?
You're all undercover, I think.
Yeah, so we kind of work, it's a mix. Sometimes it depends on what kind of job we need to do. If it's like following somebody covertly, we call it, then we'll just be in plain clothes at the time. If it's like enforcement, we like if we're doing a search warrant execution, we'll get in full uniform just like Dave is there. So it kind of depends on the day what we're doing. Most of the time we end up in plain clothes quite a bit, because the detachments, that's the one thing that's just a step further, is doing the undercover or the plain clothes work that they might not have the resources for. Or the training. Yes, yeah, we sometimes. Yeah, and that's sometimes our biggest problem, is because, like I said, if you have somebody that runs from you, and we had 2 people in this case in stolen vehicles that ran from us, it's very difficult for us to deal with, because like I said, because of public interest, we don't pursue them. We don't want them to run from us and then hurt somebody on their way, because we're liable then for them, then we're going to jail ourselves. So we like covertly follow them so that they don't know they're being followed. It's either the use of a helicopter or using our unmarked vehicles, and we stay behind them, and then we try to get somebody in front and deploy a it's called the TDD, which is just a spike belt, so that we can stop them eventually. So I agree, that's probably our biggest issue, is the courts keeping these guys in. But I can tell you from my own service, I've arrested one guy for first-degree murder, and then 10 years later I arrested him for the same offense. So I don't know why murderers getting out that quick, but that's just kind of, you know, sometimes the system we have. So
Anything else? Just a couple of things. We did receive a summary from Staff Sergeant Polk of the Vegreville Detachment, kind of summarizing this, but I just want to clarify something here. In this first paragraph, we met with K Division at RMA, and basically what we do at K Division is to kind of, bring forward some of our concerns. And of course, one of the main concerns is rural crime in Lamont County per se, right? And the fact that these people are, basically, household names in the area. You seem to catch them and they seem to get released and they're back offending almost immediately, but Staff Sergeant Folk made a comment that one of the concerns we brought forward to K Division was the lack of policing coverage in your rural areas. I don't think Lamont County Council, and I speak from my perspective, but I don't think we have a concern about the lack of policing coverage. I think from that perspective, I think that the 3 detachments are doing a great job in covering the designated areas within our boundaries here. Like I say, I think the main concern was as Deputy Reed mentioned, the catch and release here. How do you define a prolific offender?
Yeah, I can go with that. It would be, so we have in crime reduction, we have what's called a harm score. So they're, our offenders, it's integrated offender management. It's a unit that works in collaboration with crime reduction. And they will actually rank the offenders from 1 to 100 in the province. And they also have a ranking from 1 to 500. I believe there's 1 to 1,000. So we have what's called a harm score. So they will take all the offenses in the criminal code and they'll give them a percentage. So murder would obviously be your highest percentage. So if somebody commits a murder, they will be hit with that score. They obviously will usually go to jail for quite a long time. So that score will start to dwindle by the time they get out. So, but if you have quite a bit of armed robberies or aggravated assaults or something like that, that'll put you right at the top. And those are the people we'll usually target. So like our top 100 is usually our first priority to address. And most of those people are in jail right now, but the harm scores, like I say, every month we get another list. It's actually, I think, updated weekly, but we get a list of where people are and we know who they are. So we'll target them based off their harm score, it's called. So that's, but detachments individually, like Dave, he would know who his prolific offenders are. That's kind of the old term that we'd use. It's just people that we deal with every day and we know they're causing issues in the community. But if we want to actually go to an actual scale of where they meet, that's how we determine who causes the most issues in communities. So. And we have that list for anybody in Lamont County as far as for Dave's area, like Two Hills and Vegreville. We have the list of who ranks and where they are, basically in the province and in the area too. Yeah, like I said, we know who the guys are, but like it's also a reminder for us that like, okay, this guy's really high. He's obviously offending quite a bit because right now a big push has been copper wire theft in other areas. So we've been doing other projects on copper wire theft, but like that doesn't really boost you up to the province as having a high harm score because it's not a very serious offense, but it causes a ton of issues for industry. So we work with industry partners and we decide, okay, we need to target these guys because they're causing a ton of damage and they're causing a ton of money to be spent because they're going to these sites and taking all copper wire out of there. So like it's a good process, but it also doesn't cover everything off is what I'm saying.
So did we ever capture the individual that took down the tower by Burrheim?
I can't think of the actual specific
area, so I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know for sure about that file.
The guy that took down our tower, our Telus tower in Two Hills, the ones in Two Hills that put our internet out for 2 weeks, we did get it. Yes, so there were charges laid against him and he was released.
So essentially, they're after the copper wire, which is worth what?
Quite a bit.
$500.
Quite a bit. I don't know the exact cost to you.
It's astronomical for, I just had a meeting with, ATCO and, some of the other industry partners, and it's a huge issue for them because like you said, they're after the copper wire, so they're just ripping it out of these sites, and sometimes it's costing close to $1 million, and they're basically getting $3,000 or $5,000 worth of copper wire. So it causes a huge issue, and it's something we need to address. And infrastructure, sometimes these towers go down and cause issues for the entire province too, so.
We had a conversation last night with Mayor Dave McCray. They had a fella in Redwater.
Yeah.
While the fires are going on, he lit a fire in the town of Redwater to burn the casing off of copper wire that he got caught stealing.
I heard about that, actually, and we actually were deployed to go help with that last night. I had a guy, he's a drone operator, so you can see the thermal imaging of people. So he was patrolling the area with the drone last night just because of that reason. So, yeah, there's, I hate to say it, there's a lot of thieves out there, and there's a lot of people that, like I said, they're looking for getting $2,000 worth of copper wire, but they're causing hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage.
So how do you view it, like, you just call it a sting operation or whatever you want to call it, is it involved 9 different detachments in our CMP resources. You captured 5 political offenders, 2 are retained, 3 are released. Like, I guess that's the issue that I have a issue with is they're a prolific offender. Why are they back out there and able to offend again?
Yeah,
I guess I'll tell you this, and this is how I always tell it to my guys too, because they get pretty discouraged. And unfortunately, it's the way it is. We're in a 4x100 meter relay. We're the first 100 meter, we grab the baton and we run balls to the wall. We run with these guys and we hand it off to the court system. They start running and they drop it. Well, in a race, there's nothing you can do about that. So I tell my guys, go back to the start, grab the baton and run again. And just keep doing it until we can get that second one helping or doing better. And that's where you guys come in, like you have said, you're pushing on the court system to get better remand and better things going on. And I guess as a police force, we can't control that next step because they have it and they're running. What we can control is what's in our hands. So we have done that. We've brought, Chris in and his team, and we have done really well and handed that baton off with lawful charging. And now we have to let them. I wish we could answer that. Why? I get discouraged when I hear that murder charges. When I see lots of prolific offenders, and Two Hills has made the media recently with pretty high profile case. And that guy's been, I can't stop it. I can't change it. We just put forward the best court package we can, and the court has to do that decision.
Yeah, I feel like the justice system is something that's supposed to work really well together, but it doesn't. Like, we might put resources into policing, then all of a sudden there's not enough resources into the prosecuting or the crown prosecutor, and it's like we try to fix one thing at a time, and it just doesn't work, because if policing is going well, then everything's going to be backlogged here. And then you have things like the Jordan, which is a disclosure argument that might get a ton of cases thrown out, and that is what happened a few years ago. And so you can't fix one without fixing the other, because things will get backlogged. And I think we're at that point right now where the justice system, it's having too much, it's got too much on its plate. So, yeah.
Well, with the Liberal government in power again, we're not too sure. I'm not too sure who got appointed as justice minister this morning, but
He was the health minister before or the housing minister. Come before, I just saw it. And I can't remember his name now, but he had done 2 portfolios before and he was removed from both. And now he's made it up.
That's great. So are we gonna get the criminal code changed? Probably not, eh?
Yeah.
I'm not a big political guy, I'm just a grunt on the ground. But I'll leave that political up to you guys.
Okay. At your last meeting that we had with the three detachments, you were here, Sergeant Henry, but one of the concerns they wanted us to take to K Division was the staffing issues that the various detachments are having, and I can't recall which detachment it is. One seemed to be pretty well staffed, but the other ones were still struggling. So we did take that message to K Division. I'm not too sure, you know, whether anything's changed or not, or whether you got any of your staffing levels up at all or anything here, but we did take that message to K Division also regarding the issues that local detachments are having staffing their people. Of course, the response we got was recruitment, right? You gotta recruit, you gotta put them through the system, and you gotta get them out in the field. And I think it was kind of interesting what Council Wick brought up in regards to when you get a new recruit, he doesn't basically come on full time. He basically has to train for, what was it, Eric, 6 months?
Yes,
Yeah, so.
I just got a new recruit, who started last Wednesday. Right when that big kerfuffle happened in Two Hills, so he's hit the ground running. But yeah, you're right, it is 6 months. So I got one recruit, so when he finishes, that'll put me up to fully staffed. But on that note, when he finishes in October, September, I lose one. So I have asked for 1 to 2 more members. If I had 1 even, that would put me so that I was fully staffed at all times, even while losing 1. And my corporal is now ODS for 6 to 8 months because he had knee surgery, and that's nobody's fault at all. It is what it is.
There's a lot of things going on in the province too. Federal policing is taking a lot of members there because of, with Donald Trump getting in the borders is a huge priority right now. So a lot of resources are getting put there. G7 is taking up a ton of resources. So a lot of our federal policing, the problem with the RCMP is we cover everything. So like we put our members to certain priorities at the time. And right now, like I know they're trying to staff all these detachments fully that they can,
Yeah.
but I think a lot of the resources are getting pushed elsewhere. But I have heard, because I just went to a union conference last week, that Depot is at full capacity and they want to bring in a whole, I think, 2 troops to Alberta. But we're getting some pushback from Depot that we can't allow that because they have other priorities right now too. So I know they're trying to work on it, but it's kind of everybody wants more people, I think, right now, so.
So you brought up the G7 and kind of asked us, it's coming up next month here, so are they just recruiting security from the RCMP, or are they doing it for municipal forces, and is it local RCMP, or is it across Canada?
So, yeah, the way these normally work, I can just go, because I was at G7 in Quebec last time I was there, 7 years ago, I guess now. But they usually bring in municipal resources. I don't know what the split is, whether it's 70-30 or whatever they decide to go with. But yeah, it's usually a bit of a split, but it's mostly RCMP. And so federal policing, those units usually go first. And then other units like my unit might go next because we're not needed by the towns like full time. So like it's easier to move us to those spots for the time being, especially if it's like a couple weeks. But they try to leave general duty policing alone the best they can.
Okay. All right, council, have any other questions for Corporal Solomon or Staff Sergeant Henry?
It's just Sergeant and
Sir Sergeant Henry?
yeah, I don't.
He wants to be a staff
No.
sergeant.
No.
You're a staff sergeant.
Well, because everybody else around me is a staff sergeant, just little me.
Yeah.
But you gotta put some weight on the other guys.
I know, I'm not at that level.
Yeah. Anyway, as indicated, we truly appreciate the service that the Two Hills Detachment does in covering, especially our northeast quadrant here. We know we have the Vinca Bridge that separates Lamont County from a certain area, which I think is where a lot of our issues maybe originate from, not pointing any fingers, but yeah, no, we truly appreciate it. And it's very interesting, Corporal Solomon, to kind of get your perspective as to what's also happening behind the scenes in regards to some of the special forces that are out there that are addressing this, that as municipal leaders or the general public, we're really not aware of, right? Like, because it's kind of an internal force and kind of helps to address these issues, so.
So what I appreciate about him and his team is, I see my area. He sees the bigger picture.
Yeah.
So he knows where the public offenders and where they're coming into my area from it. And so he has a much bigger, broader picture. So that's where like Colin and Fort Saskatchewan and us like working with him and his team, because they see the bigger picture. So that helps.
Perfect.
I seen how you worked because you guys threw out a belt by my place, eh?
Oh, okay, yeah.
That was in the fall time. Yeah,
Yeah.
just piggybacking around it.
Yeah, the tough thing is because these people are sometimes driving 180 kilometers down the road, so like the difficulty is getting in a place where we're safe, because we like to have the trees around us or something in front of us that we're not gonna get hit by the vehicle, so yeah, you have to be hidden. And then some of these guys are very smart too, they see, all it is like a black lace that goes over the road, and they see that and they'll start swerving around, so. And so we hope that they're going at decent speed, they don't see it, and then we pull it out in time, and then we have to pull that spiked out off so our members can go by after. So it's a pretty, it seems like it should be simple, but it's a pretty complex thing when you've got all these moving parts going there, so.
You know, I was watching because pulled into my field and I see these two vehicles. What are they doing here?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Whoa.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like unfortunately, sometimes people don't know who we
Yeah,
are.
no,
and then
that's
it-
exactly what happened there.
Yeah.
And we don't have time to alert everybody who we are.
Yeah,
So.
Yeah.
and it's like, we're trying to do the right thing here and we can explain it, but it's like, right now, we just gotta deal with one thing, make sure nobody gets hurt or
As I
injured.
drove away, then I seen the helicopter. So
Oh, yeah.
more or less what was going on.
Yeah, if we have the helicopter, then we gotta, it's a lot easier for us, but like, the problem with the helicopter is it has to go down quite a bit, so we try to supplement it, that's why we have the drones now too, so. We're trying to, we're like the multi-purpose tool, we try to do everything we can and hopefully something works, I guess, so.
Didn't you play about camp when you were a kid?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So do you have any questions for us? Our next RMA convention is in November, which is after the election, so we may not, some of us may not be here, so we can't really commit to taking any questions back to our next meeting with K Division. But it is a positive aspect in regards to the fact that K Division, I guess, hurt us, right? Because a lot of times you have these meetings and you kind of think, oh gee, you know, that was a nice visit for 20 minutes or whatever. And of course, they're all in their uniforms and stuff, so pretty impressive, but it's nice to see that there's some action that came out of our visit.
Well, I would hope whoever does get voted in, whether you guys or not, I hope they're on the same page as us. I would hope that they got voted in to make this better and to make our community safer. If not, maybe they're in it for the wrong reason. So, that's what I hope, sorry. But you know what I mean, like, I would hope that we would, again, have the relationship we have with you guys. And we'll go from there, I guess.
But you know, like you said, Dave, with K Division that we meet at RMA, and if we got called up twice in a row now, and it seems like you get to know them almost personally. when you-
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah,
You get a relationship,
Yeah.
and you get used to working together.
right, right.
And there's a commander too for EAD. Cause Chief Superintendent Gary Green has moved on. And so Superintendent Tony Hasson's taken over. And I think you guys would really like him if you haven't met him already. He's very outgoing, very optimistic, and very proactive within the community and very bought into EAD. So I think you'll really like who.
Yeah.
If he does get the chief superintendent job.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time,
Yeah, thank you.
gentlemen, and nice meeting you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. Maybe I'll be back, I guess we'll see, but.
We'll do another project and then we'll update you again and I'll bring the genius back with me.
It was a pleasure having the presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ken, for having us. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you for everything.
Okay, any further discussion on the delegation?
I've seen how they work, so it works.
I'm glad I call him Staff Sergeant Henry because it's your Staff Sergeant. Okay, so can we amend this motion to delete staff?
Yes.
And can we add Corporal Chris Solomon? If I could have a council member to make a motion to accept the delegation as information.
Make the motion that the Lamont County Council accept the update from RCMP Sergeant Henry and Corporal Chris Sullivan as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item number 6 on the agenda, bylaws, 6.1, bylaw 886.25 to amend land use bylaw 848.22. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Reaver, on page 15. As is the case with most statutory flags, after we sit with them for a little while, we'll find some opportunities to address some of the things that may have been overlooked or some things that need to be adjusted. Irving is here today to take you through a recommendation or first reading of the land use bylaw. The most substantial of the changes is something that was reviewed with the Municipal Planning Commission and I think mentioned in Ms. Irving's last department report. So we are skipping this out, taking this committee as a whole. And that is so that we can move this along and have the public hearing at a time when all members of council are available, as well as have this addressed prior to the summer break.
Yeah, and in addition, committee of the whole, when you're dealing with the statutory plan, typically you don't have a committee of the whole because you need to introduce the bylaw through through first reading, and then you have a statutory public hearing. So the statutory public hearing actually operates like a committee of the whole meeting, so that's what we're planning on doing. But I will give you a bit of a presentation now and then a larger presentation at the public hearing itself. So in April 2024, as Mr. Tomowski just stated, Lamont County Council approved land use bylaw 848.22. It was in development for several years. And so there have been some changes in provincial legislation that was occurring as we were moving through that bylaw adoption process. So as identified in the triennial report, Planning and Community Services staff are bringing forward a land use bylaw amendment to clean up some minor errors that were noted while using the LUB during the first year. This is a leading practice in municipal government to check in on the bylaw and ensure that the sections that were adopted are actually implementing what you were intending. So some of the amendments that are being addressed today include some minor errors, including fixing the legal description that was referenced in the wrong land use district, providing clarification that outdoor storage is allowed in heavy industrial uses within the definition in order to remain consistent with the actual outdoor storage regulations that are in the land use bylaw, and ensuring some consistency of the use classes, which resulted in some amendments to our recreation uses, because you don't want to have two types of uses that overlap in the regulations, which we noted in the bylaw. So that's a minor cleanup as well. But most of the proposed changes that are being put forward today relate to abattoirs and the addition of on-farm slaughter operations or on-farm abattoirs that are due to changes in the provincial legislation over the past few years. The province adopted the Meat Act in the early 2020s, and that was followed by annual changes to the implementing regulations by the province. So the Meat Act provides for a new type of on-farm slaughter use, as well as some applicable licenses. And that provides farmers with more flexibility around on-farm slaughter services. And so to provide for some local regulation, we're recommending some addition of a couple of definitions and a new use called on-farm abattoir. Once you add a new use, you need to make sure that it doesn't overlap with other existing uses. And so we've also needed to make some changes to the actual abattoir use in order to allow for this new type of license. So there are some landowners that are interested in providing this on-farm slaughter services, which we've been working with. And that's why we're bringing the amendments forward. So in preparing this amending bylaw, we did talk to the Municipal Planning Commission earlier this year about on-farm slaughter services, and we worked with our agriculture department in order to develop the definitions that are in the bylaw. The Municipal Planning Commission recommended that we bring this forward as part of our annual land use bylaw review. So the last change that I wanted to mention today is that of fire safety plans. It was actually found during one of our internal audits that we should be collecting fire safety plans with every development permit. This is a requirement of our fire code. And currently we're only requiring them in our land use bylaw for industrial uses. And so we're going to broaden that to all development permits. That being said, it's a very, very simple thing. If you're proposing a new shed or a new residence, it's as simple as just showing where your muster point is and giving us some information about who to contact in the case of a fire. In the industrial case, we have the existing provisions that require a professional to prepare those plans. So there is a difference, but we do need to collect these with every development permit. And finally, the very last thing is you will notice that we've added maps. And so the existing maps that were adopted in the land use bylaw were very difficult to read. They're such a large scale that you can't actually see any of the properties. And so when we're trying to help people, we always have to go back to our computers so that we can help them out the front cover. And so what we're proposing is we're removing all the maps, putting in more readable maps just for ease of use of the land use bylaw. There are no changes to districts, no district lines are changing or anything like that. It's only for readability. So that was the last of the amendments that we're bringing forward for just better usability of the land use bylaw. And so we're recommending council give first reading today, as well as setting the public hearing for the next meeting, which is May 27th. I apologize, there was an error in the RFD referring to June 10th, but we are prepared for May 27th. And the bylaw will go live on the website just as soon as we get that direction.
The fire part of it, when you're doing the application for a new building or whatever, what's that gonna cost the people that have it?
Oh, it'll be free. It's a very simple form that we're going to provide on the website. And all they need to do is just fill out the form and submit it with their development permit. And that just makes sure that we have all the information in case of an emergency, who to contact, where they're going to go. To muster, so that we know where they'll be located and things like that.
Is that while it's constructed or is that for after it's done?
No, it's for while it's been constructed, it's just during the construction period, yeah. And I actually have an example and I can attach it for the public hearing if you're interested in what that looks like.
That'd be a good idea,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent.
Pretty simple.
It's very simple, yeah. And we just haven't been collecting that information, and so it really is something that we should do.
Looking at these amendments. This fire safety plan, that's only for industrial or is it?
No, it's for everything. That's the issue right now in our land use bylaw. We're only collecting it for industrial, but we have to collect it for every type of development. So what we're actually doing is we're adding that requirement for every development permit. And as I was just saying, I can attach an example. If you're doing something like a new deck, a new shed, or a new house, something like that, it's a very simple plan. It's just collecting contact information, where on the property you're going to muster in case of an emergency, and that's it. The existing requirement for a fire safety plan to be prepared by a professional, that's still a requirement in the industrial area because they have during construction the potential for a lot larger emergencies. And so that's still a requirement that's already in there, but we need to actually collect the information with every development permit. It's a very simple thing, and I can bring an example to the public hearing.
So
This is a requirement under fire code. Yeah.
Even for a residential
Yes.
development permit, they're gonna have to have a fire.
Yeah, and it's just like a one-page contact information, that's it. It's very simple.
And what's the issue with the northwest 45720 west of the fourth? I'm not sure if I can find it on one of these.
Yeah, and so if you look at, let me just go to the right page. So that was the example of where we have the a legal description that was put into the wrong district. So we have an existing development on our north end there. That is a heavy industrial development, and so if you look on page 35 of 166.
Yep.
At the very bottom of the page, it says heavy industrial limited to heavy industrial uses located with the following legal descriptions. You see it crossed out the and then on the next page, it says Northwest 45720-4. That legal description is not in this district. And so this was just a mistake. So what you can do if you go to the next district, on page 38 of 166, all we've done is we've moved that into the right district. So it's still the same heavy industrial use, and now it's, so the legal description that was in the agriculture district remains, and then we've moved that legal description into the right district. So that was one of the small errors that we had to rectify. Yeah.
Okay, go to the amendment, are we just cleaning up the language here because
Yeah, but if
we
you have a
indicated
question,
previously, I think the municipal planning commission had authority to approve a subdivision greater than.
oh, yeah, this is the same thing. So,
Same thing?
this is the same, yeah, and so I just reworded, because if you look at, let's go to page. I provided the red line of all of these for, it's for the ease of understanding. So if you go to page 37 of 166, If you read that existing section, it's just really hard to understand. It's written in a way that's not very clear, and so all we did is we took the same requirement and wrote it in a way that just, you can just read it easier. And if you have any concern about it, we can remove that from the bylaw, nothing will really be changed, it's just a hard to read sentence. So we're just making it a bit clearer.
So we said a minimum of 5 acres.
It's still a minimum of 2 acres with a maximum of 10 acres unless one of these conditions like physical features, driveways, etc.
You have to
Make
take
it,
it to
yeah.
the base.
Yeah, so it's still exactly the same, it just reads a lot easier, because you read that first paragraph that we're removing and you're like, what are they getting at? But it's doing the same thing.
Okay, go to N on page 20. Outdoor storage, is that all related to the as a discretionary use in rural industrial district?
Yeah, so right now, there's only one district that allows outdoor storage as its own use, which is very restrictive. And so when you allow it as its own use in one district, but not other districts, it means that you can't have it as its own use. I don't think that was the intent when we looked at the area structure plan for the heartland and we looked at the municipal development plan. And as you read the regulations for outdoor storage, which is in the fencing and screening area, I believe the land use bylaw, it's supposed to be allowed broader. And so that's where we're just introducing it as a discretionary use to a couple of other districts to allow it in the rural agriculture and heartland agriculture and other places where you may have value added agriculture uses because that's where you normally see your outdoor storage. So it's just in one district right now and we're allowing it in others. They need to go through the development permit process, etc.
So do we have a general definition for outdoor storage?
We do, yes, we do, and it's already in there, it's already in the land use bylaw. Do you want
We
me?
don't have it in here.
Well, we're not adding it, it's already in the land use bylaw. Yeah, so we're not adding it. It's
So
like-
what is
So
it?
can you?
Yeah.
you find it? So that-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, outdoor storage means the storage of equipment, goods, and materials in the open air. Outdoor storage may be a temporary or a permanent use. Typical uses include pipe yards or vehicles or heavy equipment storage compounds. So you may have, equipment, being stored, so and that's where we're only allowing one district where we foresee that if you read the area structure plan for the heartland or our municipal development plan, it seems like, we should be allowing it in other districts as well. And so we're just, opening that up a little bit.
So that's not, outdoor storage is not trailers, mobile homes or whatever.
It can be, if that, like, it could be like an RV outdoor storage, that is
Yeah.
outdoor storage.
Yeah.
What aggregate or sand?
Pardon?
What about storage of aggregate or sand or dirt or whatever?
Usually that's associated with another use, which is already allowed. This is outdoor storage as its own use on a property without any other use. So you wouldn't typically see just sand on a property being stored without some kind of processing typically, but conceivably you could store almost anything in that definition.
Okay, but somebody who stores RV vehicles and charges patrons, that would require a separate development permit.
Yes, and this would still require a separate development permit. We're just adding it in the land use bylaw
Oh, okay.
to allow for someone to come in and go through that development permit
Yeah,
process, because
okay.
otherwise they would need to come in here. Amend the land use bylaw in front of all of you, go through that themselves, and then come into the development permit process.
Yeah.
So we're just opening it up a little because it seems like a type of use that may be in more than just the one location.
Okay, then if we move on to item S, I guess it is. What's the difference between an on-farm slaughter license and an abattoir?
A great question. So this is new, as it was developed in the Meat Act that was just adopted a few years ago by the province. And so what they've done is, it appears that during the pandemic, when we were having a lot of the meat processing issues and whatnot, the province tried to make it a little bit easier for farmers to allow for butchering on their farm. And so what this allows for is, somebody who, let's say, has a cow, something that they want to bring, to a farmer, they can then ask for that farmer to do the butchering and they will hand back the finished product. They cannot sell the meat that they're butchering. They can just, sell the service of the butchering and then give the meat back to the person that came in that asked them to do that. In an abattoir, it's a commercial meat, it's licensed and inspected, which means that you can then sell the meat. So this is allowing for a more focused service where the meat is uninspected. And so we have a couple of farmers who are interested in doing this. Oh, there's also a third type. So you have the commercial abattoir, you have your on-site abattoir, which is that limited one. And then there's also a mobile abattoir where there's a business that goes from place to place. Because it goes from place to place, not affected by the land use bylaw. And so we're not dealing with that in here. We're only adding on-farm abattoir to allow for more flexibility for our farmers to get that license with the provincial government.
What it also does though too, is it allows you to sell live animal to be butchered on your property. So if you sold it to somebody, they don't have to take it to an abattoir. They have permission and they have it in the land use bylaw to be able to process that animal on your property.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of ethnic cultures that would butcher on the land that it was raised, so they need a place to be able to take it or to be able to do it. And that's where you're allowed to butcher on your land.
Okay, so they'll butcher, pardon me, they'll butcher it
Mhm.
and then they take it elsewhere to get it
Processed.
processed.
Yeah, because you can. So we know of people that sell to other ethnic cultures that they come in and they buy like goats and whatever else. But what they do is they need to butcher on the land that they were at. So they're allowed to do that now. And then they take and process it otherwhere. So.
So this will still have a development permit component.
Mhm.
It'll be much more focused and easier than, let's say, a commercial abattoir. And so there has been, and there are a couple already operating in the county that we know of because there is a provincial licensing website. And so we will work with them on the licensing should it be adopted. So but as I said earlier, anytime that you add a new use, you have to make sure that's not overlapping with another use. So you'll see that we've had to amend abattoir to accept it from on-farm abattoir and things like that. So it looks like there's a lot being changed, but it's just lots of little tweaks in order to add those uses.
And this is basically a result of government, changes.
Yeah, I believe we have a abattoir in Division 4, and I believe we have one in Division 5. You know of any other ones we have?
I only know of two on-farm. One is in Division 5 and I'm not sure where the other one was.
That would be Jeremy's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have 2.
Yeah, and so, and if it's a
Well,
commercial
There should
abattoir.
be 2 with development.
Yeah, and if it's a commercial abattoir, it wouldn't be under this license, it would be under the separate inspected meat license. Like, there's all different tiers of licensing
One
now.
Division 5, they'll pay, they butcher off the farm, they'll pay, they sell on farm. But it's butchered off farm, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a regular abattoir. I
Is
don't
that
think it's a
triple?
on-farm.
Is that the triple A? Yeah, they don't butcher it home, they butcher, I haul it.
I think there's a fellow just south of 16 on 174. that applied for a development
Farm,
permit
farm.
for on
Yeah,
farm.
it could be. There's two of them that we know that have been interested and
Yeah.
they're just waiting. And so it does say, the provincial license does say you need to get all of your municipal permits, and that's where we're currently not allowing for it. And so we want to provide for that flexibility.
Council, any other questions regarding the minutes? The one question I have is, we're scheduling the public hearing for May 27th. Do we have enough time to advertise? Like,
Yes.
is there a requirement for advertising on a public hearing?
Yes.
There's
2 weeks, so we would have to start advertising like today.
today, yeah.
Okay,
Jay's
just wanna make
sure.
sure.
Yeah.
We have it all ready.
Pass that.
Yeah, we have it all ready to go. It will be at 10 o'clock on the 27th if you approve that, and we will hit publish, yeah.
After 2 weeks. We're at 10 o'clock now, so
If you want to do later in the day, you can.
actually that clock is fast, so if we pass these resolutions fairly quickly here, we should be okay, right? Any other questions? Council prepared to give first reading to the bylaw to amend the land use bylaw?
I move that Lamont County Council give first reading to bylaw 886.25 to amend Lamont County Land Use Bylaw 848.22.
Any questions or concerns? All those in favor? Scared? 0. Now we need a motion to schedule a public hearing for 10 a.m. on May 27th.
I move that Lamont County Council schedule a public hearing on bylaw 886.25 land use bylaw amendments on May 27th, 2025 during the regular council meeting of the Lamont County Administration Building at 5303 50th Avenue, Lamont, Alberta at 10 a.m.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? If you really made the motion, I assume you're in favor.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Scary, 5-0. All right, thank you, Ms. Irving. We'll move on to item 7.1, declaration of seniors week in Lamont County. That is on page 57.
With you, 3 members of council, I'm sitting here before you once again this year to bring to you the information regarding Seniors Week. This is a provincial designated week to recognize the seniors in our community, their contributions and their value. In doing so, we respectfully request that Lamont County Council declare June 2nd to 8th as Seniors Week in Lamont County this year. Along with the declaration, there is planned celebrations, once again, senior barbecues, 5 of which will happen throughout communities in Lamont County during provincial senior.
Pretty straightforward, something we've done historically. Any questions regarding the declaration? Not, I'll entertain a motion to proclaim June 2nd to 8th as Seniors Week in Lamont County.
Lamont County Council proclaimed June 2nd to the 8th, 2025 as Seniors Week in Lamont County.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Agree?
Yes.
Carried 5-0. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah.
Thanks, Eric.
Moving on, item 7.2, Lamont County Municipal Election Advanced Voting.
Mr. Reed, we indicated that we would be bringing from time to time updates on all matters dealing with election. This kind of law is wholesome, appropriate verses from the MGA or the Election Act that is proposing or advising, I guess, rather, about advanced polling dates. Go ahead.
We, the council, at the last council meeting, we have introduced the idea of the advanced voting, and council authorized the returning officer to determine dates, times, and locations for municipal election advanced voting. So, before we have advanced voting, we have to make sure at the time that we have enough information that an election will actually happen. So we don't know that yet, but we assume that we would. If we have an election, we would need advanced voting dates to offer more opportunities to electors to go and vote. And we're suggesting those two dates. It's a Friday afternoon and a Saturday, the whole day. For all people that are not able to actually vote on the municipal election day on October 20th. Besides that, I have copied the local authorities election act, just for everybody to read upon the recommendations that we have. And suggest that we to council to announce those advanced voting dates should we have.
Okay, any questions for Christiane? I think the timing is pretty good. I think that's basically a little over a week before the election. It covers a Friday, also covers a Saturday, so if people are working during the week, they can attend the polling stations, and they're also open till 8 o'clock at night, so it should give everybody a pretty good opportunity to vote in the advanced polls if that's what they require. Any other questions or concerns? If not, and the dates are good, I'll entertain a motion for the advanced voting dates.
Make a motion of the Mont County Council approve advanced voting dates for the 2025 municipal election in the Lamont Hall for Friday, October 10th, 2025 from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. and Saturday, October 11th, 2025 from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay, just point of clarification, is this the Lamont Hall or the Lamont meeting room?
That's the hall. I have made some inquiries and found out that it was done there before.
Because the meeting room would be a little cheaper, I think. It's a smaller, it's also part of the same building.
It's the same building.
Yeah.
And as I was informed from the town of Lamont, these advanced halls and the election day have been done together in different parts of the hall. I haven't been here before at an election, so I just have to go with what I have been told. And that's what we were planning to share that hall again.
Okay.
Because it's
Cause the big hall, a lot of times on Saturdays, they have weddings and stuff, and it's $1,400 to rent it for that. And the meeting room is what, $300 or $400?
yes, so the idea was to share it with the town of Lamont.
Share the meeting room?
Oh, okay. They probably both have at the same time.
Yep.
They do not know yet, they don't have the dates set yet, but I would suggest.
That was the intent.
Yes.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Okay,
Has the government come up with our voting list yet?
They're working on it. We don't have yet. It's supposed to come within this month.
If you won't see it.
No.
We'll see the numbers.
It's
They'll give us the numbers for division, right?
the numbers that we have are available. I can give them to you.
Is that the numbers from the government or?
No, that's not our internal numbers. We don't have them. That's correct.
But when they come, they can give us the numbers the government gets, correct?
actually, for the reading I did, the government is kind of saying
It is our,
You create the voters list. It's your responsibility. Government isn't creating the voters list. Is that right?
I thought the government's working on the borders list.
the data sharing agreement is so that we are sharing the information that both the election of Alberta and Lamont County have, and we're matching our data together, and then we compare what we have and we'll see.
Yes, but we're the ones that are actually doing a lot of that. We're not the province.
Yes.
And we send the final result to
Yes,
the province. The province isn't gonna send us a voters list.
we have to update them. They
Yeah.
give us what they have, and we have to update the province. After
Yeah.
the election.
And I think as part of this process, I think, you can correct me on this, Christiane, but I think Nick has gone to each division. And he's pulled all the acreage and residences out of each division. And that's basically where
Yes.
you're gonna develop your
Numbers.
voters list from, so. That's the
He
process.
didn't open a blue sign, he went from people that are actually living there, right? Because in my area, we got. Blue signs everywhere, and there's nobody living there for 30 years.
No, I think he went off of he basically went off of the division maps and then I think he compared it to the tax rules or whatever.
Residences, what is in our system,
Yeah.
residences versus industrial buildings.
All right, so yeah, if you can provide us with the numbers of the voters for each division during break here, that would be great. But in the interim, I guess there is no amendment to Councillor Wick's motion. So, there's no further questions or concerns. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0.
Thank you, Council.
7.3, follow-up action list.
Mr. Reeve starts on page 63 and goes to 71. You will see that there are very few items that are reflected in white, leaving everything complete or ongoing. Happy to answer any questions that you have. Please use the index number where you want to.
Referring to item number 14. Peter, we haven't signed a contract with you today.
Sorry, number 14.
Yes.
We're very close.
Those,
Mr. Boyko indicated to me yesterday that just getting some final reviews.
yeah, number 24. Well, I guess we're dealing with that.
Correct.
Is that a closed session? Okay. Yeah, number 33's kind of been on the books since August of.
He's trying to get in touch with the gentleman and he's not responsive, so it's not a priority for him. Which when he responds, we will.
Any other questions? If not, I will make a motion that Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item report for May 13th, 2025 as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried by 0. Move on to I-7.4, gender tax property. Councilor Anaka.
Okay, we acquired the property, I guess earlier this year. Southeast 115616 west of the 4th. That land is in hay. So I'm thinking it should be put out for tender. I'm assuming I'm sure here, so. Just don't want to see. The owner doesn't make the hay, someone else does, just don't want someone else to go in there and make the hay, and say, oh, I didn't know. So I don't know how we get that point across, but I guess start that process.
So from a broader perspective, I think Mr. Boyko is bringing forward in the report to the next council meeting with regards to all the lands that are being owned. To your point, we believe that it should be much sooner. If you could deal with this one uniquely in direct administration to issue tender for tender lease. For hay lease, we'd be happy to do that.
Would we, would the title be transferred? Already,
I believe so.
So titles transferred.
Yeah.
We're within rate. Make a motion to put it over tender and take
Was this one of the ones that came a few weeks ago?
yeah.
in January.
That we would be more able to do that.
Is that cropland or hayland?
Hayland.
The full quarter.
I forgot about it. We were supposed to have an ASB meeting that got canceled. That's why I brought it up here today. Someone else can make that motion.
And the legal is Southwest 1150, Southeast 1156.
I don't put my vote for two. I'm still there.
Is it hay or cropland? I'm more interested in cropland here. Southeast 115616. 16.
Yeah, just verify the legal description, but I'm sure it's southeast.
16.
Read the Lamont County Council tender for hay.
Somebody agree with the motion on the board?
That the Lamont County Council direct administration to tender for hay at Southeast 115616 west of the 4th.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, those in favor? It's carried by 0. 7.5 fire bans, Council West.
Yeah, we got,
there's some confusion with the fire bans with, the residents, residents of, some of our, towns and stuff, so. How it all started in, town of Bruderheim. In the town of Bruderheim, we have a kid that keeps lighting fires in his, backyard. A fairly old kid, he's in his 40s, lighting fires in his yard, and he's known. He was the guy sitting in the carriage, his house burned down across the street from the county office, anyways, with him building all these fires and his tender dry and all the strong winds and stuff. When I go to town to post office or whatever, whatever I'm doing in town, a lot of the residents and business owners are, very concerned that, there was no fireman and stuff in Bruderheim, and they took for granted that our fire chief and deputy chief were the ones that said whether there is or not. I'm sticking up for them, and I did call Bo, and he said it's the town that does its own. And but the flat was on our deputy chief and fire chief, why is there no fire ban? On May the 3rd, we had this is Saturday, the day that Sturgeon Fires lit up. The guy had a big fire going, like he makes them 3-4 feet tall in his backyard. He had a big fire going, and it was about 6 o'clock at night, just after the fire trucks left for Sturgeon County's fire. And we were sitting in the back of a establishment there after Wilt's funeral with the widow, and gust of wind came and took all the umbrellas and stuff, and we got covered in sparks and which is 2 doors down sparks and smoke from the fire the kid had in the backyard unattended. He lights them and then he buggers off. Anyway, again, there were a lot of residents from the town there and from the county, and again, they were blaming our chief and fire chief, not knowing that they don't set the ban for the town. So Sunday, the guy lights a big fire again and takes off to the pub and leaves it unattended. The people that own the Victoria Hotel, it's 135 years old, it's tender, it's drier than dry. And it gets, that catches on fire with the west wind we had, it would have lit the whole other side of the street on fire. So the lady that has a few of the people that have the businesses there, again, were in an uproar. So I said, dial 911 because you see what happens with that, right? So anyway, the RCP came, seen the fire is unattended and stuff, but they said there's nothing they can do because the town of Lamont, the town of Bruderheim has no fire ban or anything. So there's nothing they can do. It's in a pit and whatever else. Yeah, the guy wasn't there, but it was in a pit. So then I text the mayor of Bruderheim. I got the conversation here. So you guys know what it's about. Some is overlapped. Some is overlapped. So I went to the mayor, and obviously him and the CEO or whatever, they decided there's gonna be a fire ban or not. So that night was Sunday. I was out in the field when he sent the thing, the FYI, and then I got here. I'm not reading this long thing. I was in a piece of farm equipment, and I said, do what you want. And then after when I finished the field, I read it. So the very back page is the FYI that he sent, his excuse why there's no fire ban. Anyway, I took that over to Eliza, runs the business, and she's reading over what the town sent, why there's no fire ban. And we heard a big whoop in city, and we were in the Victoria Hotel. You heard a big boom. We had the back patio door open. The guy that managed the liquor store and the pub were in Victoria reading what the mayor sent. Anyway, they went and took a look in that guy's backyard, what he did on Sunday night. That would be the date. the third, fourth. Anyways, so we called another person that had nothing to do with downtown, so we have another witness to see what's happening there. And anyway, what it was is the guy dumped a 5-gallon pail of gas in his burn pit, threw a match, and that boom was when the gas ignited. And he crawled up in the trees watching the fire burn. What I'm getting at is, we got, our ratepayers are, and I got a lot of support from the Bruderheim residents. The ratepayers are, paying for fire services through the whole county here. $2 million, I think the budget or whatever, or over. We're buying all this equipment. We got excellent staff. We got a fire chief and a deputy chief that know what they're doing. The people are saying, why don't we just, when they decide, when the chief and fire, the regional chief and deputy chief, when they decide there's a fire ban, make it for the whole county, the towns and everything. So when we're driving in and we see the county of Lamont's under a fire ban or a fire watch or a fire, whatever it is, they know the towns and stuff are also. So what I'm getting at is, to make a motion that, when Bo or, Mr. Calder there decide that we're having a fire ban, it's everybody, and then there's no confusion. And then when you got a kid like this in town and RCP can do something, they said without a fire ban, their hands were tied. They were there, today is Tuesday, on Sunday, there were 2 fire trucks in his yard. So again, he had, during the fire ban, he had another fire going or whatever he was doing. So there were 2 fire trucks there on Sunday night, so. Less confusion. There's a fire ban in the county, it's for everybody.
Mr. Reed, the way the individual bylaws for the towns and villages are written. Article 16 of the Bruderheim bylaw. Fire ban means an order issued by the CAO or designate pursuant to this bylaw for the purposes of prohibiting the lighting of and requiring the extinguishment of some or all fires in the town of Bruderheim. So that's what exists today. I don't think that it's as easy as the Lamont County fire bylaw indicating that when we call a fire ban, it's in all the towns and villages. That's something that would have to be negotiated, for lack of a better word, with the towns and villages. As a matter of interest, I think the other 4 of the 5 moved to fire ban at the same time or in short order that we did.
Correct.
This is not within our jurisdiction.
And I think, like last night, in talking with one of the counselors from the town of Lamont, they said as soon as Lamont County puts it on, they put it on, just as a step-by-step common courtesy, just that way there. I'm not sure why Bruderheim feels that they're not part of Lamont County Fire Services and wouldn't want to be part of putting the ban on just in case to everybody else.
For one thing, the CEO doesn't live in town. I don't know where she or he lives. I really don't care. But the residents are all. If that hotel would have caught up there, all the businesses on the east side of town would have been gone. With that wind going, I don't care how big the fire department is. There's no way you'd stop a 134-year-old building and that cinders would have been flying. It just won't dry. And just. They said if they're in our fire protection or whatever you want to call it, either you enter or you're out. Simple. If there's a fire ban for the whole county, it's a fire ban for everybody. It makes Bo's job easier. It makes the fireman's job safer, everything.
It reduces the risk. Yeah, it's collaboration. There's no cost to it, you know.
Yeah, that's something that your mayor reads.
So that's the regional fire services bylaw.
This is the bylaw that Bruderheim has passed.
Okay. So I think what has to happen here is, I agree that this is not a good situation. I think the residents of Bruderheim, I think they have to talk to their town council and their CAO. I mean, We're kind of out of our jurisdiction here.
But we give them fire protection, so how are we out of our jurisdiction? If they're engaging our firemen, if the fire starts, then they go to fight the fire and somebody gets hurt or killed, then what are we gonna do?
I don't disagree with you there, no, but the fact of the matter is, the way the bylaw is written right now is they're the ones that have to set the fire ban. And I think if the residents have a real concern, they shouldn't be complaining to the county, they should be complaining to their own council here.
The reason they're complaining to the county is it says on every fire truck in their fire hall, Lamont County Fire Services, right? Is that what it says? And the regional fire chief. So who's their regional fire chief? It's Bo, and so that's why they said they're calling them out that they're not doing their job. And I'm telling them they are. It's the town CEO that's not putting on a fire ban.
Is there a way to build back to a town that doesn't comply with, like, there's provincial fire bans going on right now, plus we've put our own on. They decide to have their own, should they not be held liable at that point in time to cover the costs of? Yeah, but it's not with our bylaw. I don't care what theirs is, we supply the service.
We supply the people, the service, the equipment, everything, either they're in or they're out. That's my opinion of.
I think it was Deputy Warlaw, or was it Councillor Hack indicated, maybe that's a matter for discussion, coming CEO, CIO. But in the immediate term, I think it's the residents of River that need to express their concerns of their.
Did their council, yes.
Ironically, and this is how. And Chief Murray, you can help me with this. There was a fire ban on the Bruderheim environmental protected area. Because of somehow the district that we were in. But there wasn't one in the Redwater recreation area. There wasn't even Sturgeon's fire restriction didn't even apply. There was nothing happening in the.
So the forestry protection areas run east-west in the province, so we fall under the Rocky Mountain House Fire District. Everything north of the river falls under Lac La Biche Fire. So the Rocky Mountain District had put on a fire restriction in the parks. Lac La Biche had not. So at the time, yes, the North Riverheim Recreation Area was under fire ban. The Redwater was not because of the fire zone. It's just like what we're talking about with towns and villages, right? Until the province went to an entire province ban, each fire zone can set their own restriction ban or advisory.
There too, we have, they put up, Alberta government put signs up, no SUVs and no open things, and I was in contact with Jackie and she said there was nothing for that, for the SUVs, and there's two vehicles with their loading ramps out right beside the sign that says there's a fire ban and a ban on off-highway vehicles. So I sent that to her and I took a pic of the sign and I blew it up and sent it to her and I said, maybe send a sheriff's on. When they come to load up, they're not supposed to be quadding, they're all quadding in the Bruderheim area, the fire is going across the river and they're giving her. And so I said to her, send the sheriffs. This is your park.
So I think to deal with this particular matter, I think, if we're gonna make a motion here.
I'd like to make a motion that everybody follows whatever our thing is and then let the CEO deal with it and, cause it sounds like everybody's cooperating except for one, and maybe if they lived here, they would see the fire danger, and it's the whole town is cooperating, all the residents are excellent except for one person. And he just doesn't get it, so we sent the RCMP in here, that says, who's they? I told them the RCMP, there's nothing they can do about it here. Just 1 second. Here it is. The guy's fire is going, he's in the pub drinking, the RCMP said there's nothing they can do. And the mayor says, I'm not in Britterheim right now, I'm getting a hold of the CEO, who is they? So who is they? It's the RCMP. Bo said earlier, without a fire ban, there was nothing they can do, so it's RCMP, fire department and county fire chief, so it'll just make all of our employees' lives easier. Make a motion that they get with the program or.
The only thing is, Councillor Whitus, is you can't override another municipality with these bylaws. Because essentially what they could turn around, like, I would not expect Bruderheim to make a resolution impacting the bylaw that Lamont County has on the books, so I think we have to go through the formal process. And this has to be discussed with town Bruderheim. And I think that can be done. I'm not too sure when the next CAO meeting is coming up, Peter. But we just can't make a resolution that's gonna override another town's bylaws.
I think they did. I think we just contradicted what you said, because we set a bylaw, we provide a service. Theirs is to house our equipment, that is part of it, that was it. We implemented the bylaw, or the fire ban, and they still implemented. They're not worried about what ours is. They made a bylaw that said, and when did their bylaw come into effect? Before or after our?
There are two matters in play. One is our fire services agreement.
Mhm.
It's the one that deals with the towns and the villages, providing suitable fire halls and housing or equipment.
Yep.
Set that aside.
Okay.
There are bylaws. There's one bylaw that is active within Lamont County, and a bylaw that mirrors our bylaw, which is active in each of the towns and villages. It's the bylaw that indicates that town and a village is responsible to declare fire ban.
So if we go to negotiation with this, that's something that should be brought forward definitely anyway, is the fact that if the county puts it on, the towns and villages, which majority of them have been, comply instantly. Town of Lamont, as soon as we put ours on, it wasn't even milliseconds later, theirs was on. Oh, that's-
I suspect in conversation with the town manager, like the CAO meeting might be sufficient for them to respond the same way as the other. Most how easy. Yes, it is. Sure, that's what it's suspicion.
We supply a service for them, fire protection with our staff, and we're responsible for our staff. If somebody gets hurt, we're the ones that are gonna be liable for them getting hurt, so.
The misunderstanding in that if you discuss that, I'm sure.
Well, it's definitely going on the list for the 2026 talks.
Mhm.
Cause we gotta go and start talking with the new in 2026.
Yeah,
So-
but I think that should be.
But that's definitely gonna be on the thing here. We're providing a service, then we got a chief and a deputy chief that are paid for by the ratepayers. For the safety of the staff and stuff, it's they said one guy, and if they would have had a fire ban, it would have been settled on the Saturday of the. Well, it would have been settled a week before, it could be lighting every day, like fires, so.
Okay, how do we want to deal with this?
It looks like the next meeting might be June 26th.
So Peter. Would it be worthwhile for you to have a conversation to Bruderheim CAO?
I already know.
You already have.
Then they do it there, yeah, but
They put the ban in the morning, they put the restriction at 4 o'clock in the morning, they put the ban.
The only difference is the people you're dealing with. That's the only difference I see, you know. 4 to 5 wasn't an issue, here it's an issue. Well, collaboration, whatever, call it whatever. Is that the issue or is it one rural resident?
Yeah.
Well, then ours need to be something, right?
Yeah, I know.
But
One resident shouldn't be dictating for the town and the rest of the town.
But if that was all the caught on fire, we had a half the town burning down. The chances of a fireman getting hurt is pretty, or residents or whatever else, right?
Recommended motion on the board. Somebody want to put that on the table?
Mon County Council direct administration to request adding a fire ban to the next CEO meeting in with the towns and villages.
and fire ban and fire bans to the end.
Did make the motion.
Yeah, other than Mon County Council direct administration to request adding fire bans to the agenda at the next CEO meeting with towns and villages.
Any further questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, we'll declare a recess till 10:55 at 10:42.
Progress.
All right, we'll reconvene the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting at 10:56. We'll move on to item 7.6 on the agenda, boat launch, Councilor Wittis.
And the boat launch, 201. Excuse me, where we're building water station and stuff. We got trouble with guys going in there partying all the time, and here on the weekend, we got a fire ban and stuff, and they were in there, lit off some fireworks. Levi wasn't home, but he did get a hold of, some people, the RCMP and stuff, but the guys were gone, and we got trouble there all the time with the long weekend coming and stuff. They always, light fires and then leave them, and then him and his mom go and put fires out all the time. They were asking if maybe the county could put some big gates there that when it's fire ban season or it's really dry, you can close the gates and at least keep the people out of there. That was last Saturday, that fireworks going in there, right across the river is a sturgeon fire, and I don't know which way the wind was blowing. I think it was blowing across the river, but they let at least 4 off by the time they left. We got on the long weekends and stuff, guys go camping there and stuff. The one guy was bringing a motorhome and a gazebo, but Derek stopped that in a hurry, so. There is one area, maybe we could do something there.
Or fire bylaw, that you can't set up no fireworks, so it's not Michigan.
So they were breaking lots of laws, but try to catch them.
Those are local residents or?
Not usually, the locals, there's 3 guys that have riverboats and one guy's haywire, and he's got a lot of respect. They unload the truck off to the side, and there's a handful of people that sturgeon fish there. But there's a group that goes skeet shooting. For one, they're shooting across a river, which is against a lot of shoot across the river, but they skeet shooting. A lot of times they're shooting towards Roosevelt's house. She's a widow living in Big Bush. They don't know there's a house there. And here on Saturday, Levi phoned that they were setting off fireworks. And thank God they let 4 go, and by the time he got out there, they were gone, so. Yeah, they bend it over. He stands up with the Bobcat. They steal our signs, no camping, no fires. It's being on a weekend now, it's gonna be, signs will be gone again. I think Public Works, since I've been here 7.5 years, I've put signs up there 4 times.
So I know when we did some community consultation on the water intake, there were as many people that were concerned about losing access to the river as there were people who were concerned about restricting access to the river, just a factoid. It is public lands. However, we could enact temporary road closures. Turn them on, turn them off on long weekends. Best thing to do is to call the RCMP. Granted, they may not get there in time. Our peace officer is 8 to 4:30 role. We talked about the potential for a second peace officer and overlap that might have provided some opportunity to cover a broader timeframe. But section 22 of the MGA authorizes council to do temporary closure by resolution, so under the bylaw. Conceivably, you could close it for this weekend with the resolution. However, we don't have a. But as far as people shooting, I mean, that's nothing that we can control. nothing that we want to control.
Is there a point there, Councilor Whitus, where we could put the gates up?
Yeah, right the entrance where the 201 turns to 572, it's a curve. If you come down 572, you shoot straight down. There's a perfect spot there. They're asking, they said they can live the shooting, because they're shooting towards the house. When that's happening and if he's home, he has kind of a way to stop that, but the problem is they leave campfires going. He said when it's dry like it is now, if there were gates at least. But he said, cause he works up in McMurray, but there's a good spot for gates. There's fire bans and fire season. And I told him, I'm hoping when construction starts on a new facility we got there and that it'll keep 90% of the people away. That's what I'm hoping. I told him it's gonna be a good thing when that pump house is built there, so, cause then there's gonna be people and stuff, but at one time there was a guy coming to motorhome and he had a gazebo and a trailer set up like there for the whole weekend. There's Mark, Jason and we had 831 there to have river boats, but they haven't had them in the river yet this year, but.
So you would probably lock the gates open during the winter, the
Yep.
summer, and lock the gates closed during fire bat season. However, I predict that we would be replacing those gates very, very often. People will be locked in now. Unfortunately.
They said Saturday, he told me the fireworks are going.
And it's just like any place else. You report it to our police officer that we have. By the time they get there, it's too late. They're gone. I had the same thing with kids with skidooing or with their kites and going to property. Yeah, by the time they get there, it's too late.
We said, well, usually after the long weekend, they'll go out there with pails and they put fires out, they carry from the river, put campfires out, because the guys just. If they splash a little bit of water, or usually they just leave,
How do you control the actions of
Idiots.
Well, that's what it is, Dan, people. It's bone drying people, they're just like that guy who drying like all them fires all the time, like. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have a problem.
Yeah.
What are you proposing we do with this now?
Well, they asked me to put gates in there that they could close, that could be closed during fire ban season. After that, leave open. They said they'll live with, if it's wet, they'll still put fires out and that. They don't like doing it, but he says at least now.
But it's like Peter said, I'm sure you put gates up that we written down. What's it gonna change to the gate the way you did it before?
Well, that was one of the concerns is access to the boat launch if we proceeded with an intake there too, right? So if we put gates up, we're restricting the good people from going down there. Due to the bad people doing what they do when they go down there. It's just kind of like the no-win situation here, right? But if council wants to bring forward a resolution, put gates up during the fire ban, see how it goes, I guess.
Yeah.
maybe $2-3 grand, you know, probably minimum.
Right, it was panels.
You know, somebody just gonna get panels for their farm.
Yeah, Pat found. This way, if the fire department gets there, they can open a padlock and get down. Yeah.
Okay, let's bring forward a resolution or accept his information.
Except for information.
We're not gonna be able to do anything for this long weekend. We're supposed to get rain on Thursday. I don't know, it's your item, you wanna resolution or?
I'll give the information, and we'll see what happens.
Just for clarity, accepting this information means that we don't do anything. I guess.
For another.
Right.
Lamont County accept the report on the boat launch, this information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item number 8, committee reports. So I need a motion that we. Sorry?
I think you misspoke and said committee reports.
Committee of the whole.
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't that what I said?
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, let's go into committee of the whole. Need a motion.
I move that Lamont County Council move the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting into committee of the whole meeting at 11:08 a.m.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item 8.1, Lamont Region Candidate Orientation Session.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 71. There has been some informal discussion with and on council, and this is becoming a leading practice, which is providing the opportunity for an orientation session prior to the election for people who may consider expressing intent and running. So you're well aware of the orientation that happens after. This would happen before. We're thinking it would likely be a week of August 4th, which is probably the time when most people have thought about it over the summer and may decide to seek election. The session deals with technical aspects like municipal government act, legislative compliance, governance, and more personal matters like the time commitments within and outside the chamber, as well as answering the questions about what elected officials mean, what is expected if they were elected. We received an estimate from Russell Farmer and Associates, which is very reasonable for a one-day session, and I have confirmed with the 5,000 villages within Lamont County, they are interested in doing this cooperatively. So page 73, 74 provides a little more detail. It's something we intend to do for those people who are considering. Because it can be quite a surprise when you go elected and you find out what the role entails.
But it's not mandatory.
It's not mandatory.
How many people have filed notice of intent so far? 2? 3. So the other urban participated, it's probably $300.
Each one?
Yeah, 1,500 total.
I can see where it's going.
It's a good opportunity.
Well, I think it's an eye opener for some of these that are gonna, that have intentions to run.
I would hope that come August, that potential candidates would start attending council meetings and stuff too, right? To see when.
You know, what would be a good thing for them to see is we give them monthly calendars. I don't know, when did you start giving those out?
Monthly calendars are in the agenda package,
I know.
the first meeting of the month. I
But when
guess.
did you start, what month, or how long ago did you start?
Sorry, October.
October last year?
Yeah.
Still remember. Figure out the time. The other big part is
Candidates have to be aware of is there's lots of committees.
John.
Yeah, there's lots of committees. Okay, so good idea.
And our recommended motion is just that council receive this information.
And a recommended date would be the beginning of August, I think I read somewhere.
Yeah, we'll finalize that, but we're thinking on the week of August.
Okay. Any other questions? Somebody wanna make a motion to accept this information?
The Lamont County Council Committee of the Whole accept the report on Lamont Regional Candidates Orientation Session as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Moving on to item 8.2. Simple topic called draft records management file.
Ms. Venmore will take you through, I think it's best to call it a replacement bylaw rather than an amendment, because it's just fundamentally different than one. This one deals not only with our paper records, but with the electronic records given the council approved with the 2020 budget system to undertake records management. Go ahead.
We have also, in front of your binder, you should have the current routine disclosure policy, which is part of it and didn't make it into the agenda for some reason. I will add it to the online agenda later. So, if council recalls, the new records management, electronic records management system was approved in the budget last year. And we have purchased M-Files records management system, which is meant to host all our electronic documents for now. Later on, we will incorporate our physical documents in there as well, but that's not part of this year's project. So this system is on our computer. It is cloud-based, so we didn't have to purchase a physical program or any additional hardware for it. It is based in a Canadian web cloud somewhere in Canada. So this is a mandatory requirement by the government that it stays in Canada. The current records management retention schedule that you have as attached to this report did not really specify many different document types in Lamont County's custody. That's why I felt it necessary to write a new one. The new records management bylaw, as you see in the agenda package, contains a classification schedule and a retention schedule, which is required for the integration into that new program that we purchased. The attached document is meant to bridge the gap between the old records management structure in the past, which had mainly physical files in mind, with the existing digital files that we have now on our computer drives. It integrates that into the new records management system that we are developing. I looked at our current records management bylaw and saw that there were some problems that it didn't work with the new program, which is the classification, is very, very broad. I believe, I did not know for sure because I wasn't here at the time when the current records management bylaw was developed, but the disposition schedule, I believe was taken more from a municipal perspective, where it is an overview and each department of the municipal government, this does their own retention schedule after it, but we don't see. So we needed a classification schedule, which you see on page 93 and 94 and 95. It has all the different subjects under the department for which we have documents for. And the old record management bylaw does not have any provisions for copies or duplicates and how we deal with them. I found some contradictive paragraphs in the old records management bylaw that I have been taking out. There is no example of documents that actually Lamont County holds. It's just very general, the disposition schedule is very general classifications. And so that was individualized per department again. And if you see starting on page 96, that is my proposed records retention schedule, which also is divided into the departments and has explanations of what these records might be. And then to the right, it has a retention time, how long this should be kept and when it can be used. Just as background information, the CAO is always able to verify the time length in it or keep another document permanent that does not initially suggested to be kept permanent. Yeah, and the current physical record structure, meaning our physical documents that we hold in vaults, they will be upkept for the time being until we are able to digitize them all and then add them to the system. I have also into the new draft of the new records management bylaw, I have set a paragraph how to handle our documents, our original documents, because the public is able to view quite a lot of documents. And there was no paragraph on how this handling will happen. As you might imagine, it will take some time to retrieve requested records and put them down for viewing and then assure that people are not eating while they're viewing, those kind of things. Very practical things. So that has been added to the new draft. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Possible.
If we look at page 96, you got C+7. C stands for.
C is complete, so when a task is complete, I have, 500. When the document is complete, so I have my accounts payable that are complete at the end of the year, and then I keep them for plus the years that are after, for 7 years in this case. And finally, the provincial government asked us to keep financial records, for example, for 6 + 1 years. We keep them 1 year longer, just in case we need to verify something. And because we do not specify the months that we dispose of records, we have this 1 year after that we can decide when it Hold while we're keeping the mandatory time.
Okay, so where are you keeping them now?
We're keeping them
Forever?
separate. No financial records have to be kept for 7 years and we can destroy unless we talk about the audited statements, they have to be kept. The audited.
So again, we had a records management file like before, it didn't deal with the electronic records. So some of this is consistent with what we had before, just
Yes,
a new bylaw to replace.
We had someone hired and they went through, records, that's what, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. They were following the old bylaw.
Councillor Annika, that was 2 records management bylaws ago. That one, I believe it was in 2018, that the physical records were reorganized. And the bylaw was written, that had been rescinded meanwhile, I'm not sure why at that time. And the new one was written in 2023, I believe, yes, 2023. Which was, I think it was meant to simplify, because the previous one was very complicated at many different levels. I believe this was done with the 2023 bylaw was meant to simplify things so that people are not that confused about how long I have to keep one and where do I have to put it if I keep it. So, but this actually, I find this a little bit too simple. People are getting confused about what their document actually is within the dispositions.
Then are you,
Yeah.
you assign this by department then, like then is ASB responsible for their portion of records management?
Yes, this is a combined effort of all departments, where we're currently structuring the system with all departments involved, so they can let me and our team know what is important, what they might want to keep longer, because that's how they've done it in the past. And we're doing this as a team together, and everybody is on the same page of how this is structured, where to find them, and how long we're keeping.
So the bylaw sets the term of how long something needs to be kept. When the land service board has something that's already C+7 years, let's say, they prepare a disposition record, which then comes through Christiane to me, which I need to sign.
Yeah.
There's a process around that part of it. It's not just all done independently. And on rare occasions, we decide to hold something a little longer.
Yeah.
Right.
So what percentage of our records are digital and what percentage are paper?
That is a very tricky. I
don't have a structure within which to organize our digital records, so I don't think you can answer.
No, we have our computer system currently that we're using currently. There are digital documents and departments have their files within the system that they hold documents in. And they have physical files in their offices. And then there are physical files in the vault. It's a little bit hard to say. But if I look at our vaults that we have, the amount of physical files we have, it is quite significant. It will take a lot of work to put them all into the scanner and digitize them correctly. Other municipalities are doing it bits by bits, so that we maybe can engage some student at some point to scan documents for us. It is quite interesting. I have done that myself in a different municipality, and I find it's quite a history lesson. So I encourage everybody that's interested in Lamont's history to apply for this should it become available. It is.
If something is a year or two away from its construction.
No,
It's a critical record.
are mostly permanent records.
So do we start from this date forward, digitizing everything?
That's what we're planning on to do, when once we have established the new records management bylaw. I already talked to the different departments and asked them to scan it to me. The important documents, so I digitize them, or I keep them in a digitized version. Sometimes it is required to have paper copies, if, people are going to use them, then it's easier to have a paper copy. Keep that original. Other than that, our new records management bylaw would allow that to happen and digitize. That's section 3 of the new bylaw on page 91.
So if we digitize, is it backed up somewhere?
Yes, it is definitely backed up on our, if we digitize that, currently it's backed up on our server. If we would digitize it and keep it in our new records management system, then it's backed up on the Canadian web cloud somewhere.
So how long before we overload the server?
That's why we want to put it all on the cloud, then we can. Right now, our server is good. But it's not that.
Well, we don't use a basement vault for any storage, do we?
Yes,
I
I
do.
think it was. It's the kind of storage that doesn't need to be under lock and key.
Okay. And what about a public works? Is there a vault there? No.
They resolve. With you.
Oh, there's those fireproof cabinets, so, basically slide back and forth.
Are those fireproof cabinets?
No.
Oh.
That would be, no, I think a lot of them go over for that education. It's a storage, storage.
Any critical files are kept here. It's not unusual for, I see Mr. Mission and coming. Them to the full resort as well.
Well, did you have some sort of pro forma or you developed this all on your own?
I had some help when I did that long time or some time ago, and I'm keeping on improving things and individualizing things.
We get a standard from the province.
Yes.
And then adapt.
That's correct. We have a standard that we have to follow, and then we'll go individualize from there. It is a lot of work.
See, fire bans and advisories have to be kept for 12 years.
That is because the Interpretation Act and the Restoration of the the Electronic Transaction Act helps to do that. And then we have several other acts that come into place where we have legal requirements to keep something if there's a loss or anything like that for up to 12 years.
That's right, you see some folks.
Hey, council, questions?
Dave, you gonna recruit council to stand?
Yeah.
If you feel like it, I would be happy to.
We'll just give you the file that we want to see.
Okay.
council meeting minutes and agendas are digitized already.
They are, so we can bring them on to our website.
And how long we have to keep those?
Minutes are kept permanently. And currently we're keeping agenda packages permanently in digitized form as well.
All we're looking for today is to bring this back to a future council meeting. At which point you would be looking for first reading, right?
Yes.
It doesn't require a public hearing, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Any other questions?
Make a motion of the Lamont County Committee of the Whole Direct Administration, bringing back records management bylaw 890.25 to a future council meeting.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Good work too. Okay, so did we buy a program to assist with this process?
Yes.
Who's costing that program?
I would have to get back to you on that. Not on that live.
All right, then I'll make a motion that Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting at 11:33 a.m. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. And we'll move on to item number 9, director's reports.
Deserving here to report on the Planning and Community Services Department for February and March.
Right.
And I had on the budget again now. How about the quiz?
Least.
Have an extra. Yes, he did all the, he did all the stickies for you and everything. Okay. So, let's see, what page are we on here? So we're gonna go to the report, starting on page 122 of 166. So this is for the period, as Mr. Tarnowski said, February and March of 2025. As a reminder, because we have our safety code services provided by a contractor, it takes a little while for all that information to get in. So we're always about a month up behind. I better go back there. So looking at goal number 1, new businesses are partners in our growing community. We have 2 different initiatives that we have kicked off within this quarter. The first was regarding our economic development program enhancement. What we've been working on in that is working on a GIS-based map that will help plot some of the industrial heartland landowners. And this will allow some of our interested developers to kind of get a sense of which properties are willing to sell. And that helps kind of move things along in the development process. Also, we're pleased to report that economic development was successful in obtaining a $64,000-ish matching Can Export Community Investment Grant. And this will be geared towards foreign direct investment, which is really a lot of the work that we do with the industrial heartland as an example. And this will allow us to do some planning and analysis like market studies. And it will also allow us to translate a lot of our materials into different languages and try to draw that investment in. So we will likely have some videos and work on some lead generation as part of that grant. And so I'm guessing that, or not guessing, I know that Shane will be coming back with his economic developers report, and he'd give you a little more detail at that time. So the second project that we have kicked off is actually being led by Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association. And this is one of the requirements of the grants for the water intake. And that is that we align across our region for all of our requirements within our area structure plan and our land use bylaw, what we actually provide on our website for information, as well as the information that we require as part of our development permit application process. So this has kicked off. We've been working mainly on very technical things that are a little beyond our staff's ability to understand. Mostly it has been air quality regulations, which are very technical and not actually in our land use bylaw. So it's been mostly a provincial discussion so far. However, we have started to work on wetland requirements as well as our development permit application requirements. So that has just started in May. So we are just starting to work on that, and it is on track. Looking at our measures and indicators, our safety coast bidding is quite down comparatively from previous years. We only had 3 building permits in February and 4 building permits in March, and 1 electrical permit in February, 2 in March, and no gas or flooding permits. So this is in total, there's 10 over the period, where 17 last year. So it is quite a bit slower so far. A lot of the leads that we've had for development are a bit on pause, as you can see with all of the tariff talk and whatnot. I think a lot of interested developers are just kind of waiting a bit to see what happens. So looking at development permit activity, we had 5 development permit applications in February 2025 and and 3 in March of 2025. This is one that we've started a new practice this year that may make it look like we're having few development permits. So we'll try to, as we report further on in the year, do a little bit of balancing so that you have a better understanding of where we are this year versus last year. But it used to be our practice previously where, let's say, one property has a shed of residence, needs a variance, we would give them all different development permit numbers. That's not a great practice. We consider them all together, so now they'll all just be under 1 development permit. So as we move on, I will try to rectify some of that for you, so you have an understanding of where we actually are as far as new development goes. But that is a practice that we have changed this year. For housing starts, we had 2 housing starts in February of 2024 compared to 1 this year. And we have 1 this year in March 2025, where we had none in the same period of 2024. So we're on track with housing starts. With subdivision activity, we have 1 application in the period, and that has proposed 1 new yard site, which is in Division 5. So looking at goal 2, the community feels safe and is afforded a good quality of life. We have kicked off the annual community hall and transportation grants period. We've done advertising, kicked it off here in the council chambers, I think at the end of February. And we have started to receive a number of applications. Let's see, we have, at the time of writing, it was 7 applications. I believe we potentially have more than that now. And so we are looking to close the grant application period June 1st, which is right around the corner. So we'll make sure to get some messaging out to kind of be pushes a bit more. For measures and indicators, we have programs and services are continuing as they were outlined in the work plan. So everything is kind of normal there. Summer program registration starts on June 1st, which we're kind of gearing up for. And also we have some information regarding volunteer appreciation events that were held in March, I believe, was it April? March, April. And that was very successful, 397 volunteers attend over 4 days. The volunteer income tax program, we had over 200 tax packages that were completed this year, which is a new record. That's a lot of people that we serve with the tax program, and that is, I think, just wrapping up. The Lamont County Youth Coalition also held their second annual youth retreat in March during the 27th and 28th, and they're working on a law enforcement engagement initiative. Finally, Calc is working right along with their work plan. They're just wrapping up some grants for the grant administration, getting their approvals for their posters and whatnot for the Bon Appetit Bingo, and then we'll be able to announce more information about that successful grant program. So goal 3, we have we're planning on updating municipal planning commission processes, including a new bylaw and application policy and procedure. And we have drafted that, and we're bringing it forward actually in the next CAL meeting, committee of the whole meeting in May. Goal 4, we did deliver that annual offsite levy report at the last council meeting prior to the April 30th deadline. Under goal 5, we just actually presented the 1-year checkup or cleanup as required for the land use bylaw. And we will be holding, and I actually have seen all of the information go out onto the website, and I double checked it this morning. So that draft bylaw and the public hearing notice are on the website right now, and we will hold that public hearing at the next meeting. Heartland Rail Corridor Outreach, we had a great meeting with CN to better understand their business on May 5th, and we'll start with reaching out with other stakeholders, including CPKC and some of our transload operators in the region to discuss potential rail corridors and next steps as we plan for servicing the Heartland area with additional rail. Very, very early days for that right now. Annual charity golf tournament, we're doing really great with that so far. We already have over $40,000 in revenue. That's collected between sponsorships and golfer registration fees. We've seen a lot of interest this year based on the success of last year. And so I'm sure Kim will have a lot more details as he comes back with his report. On to goal 6, we are committed to genuine relationships. For this one, we haven't started it yet, but by the end of the year, we do have the intermunicipal recreation cost-sharing agreement that it does expire at the end of this year. And so I believe this is on CAO Tarnowski's on his radar to discuss at the upcoming CAO meeting. And so we will kick that off in Q3. There's been a lot of industry events for economic development. You can see here all the various events and update sessions for Heartland Industry, AIG board meetings, hub meetings, et cetera. There's a lot going on in our region, and things are moving quickly, it seems. So Shane will be working those meetings, and he's actually in Bangkok any hour now, a little bit delayed, but he's supporting AIJ currently in Thailand for a conference there. So looking at our business retention and I've got Summer in the City in here. Oh, the Summer in the City Tourism Magazine, which is part of what I just handed out earlier. You can see that we have ads in there, as well as the Ukrainian Village has an ad. It is our understanding that the dates that are in the magazine may change, but we don't know what the new opening dates are for the Ukrainian Village given the recent wildfire. We have discussed quite a few potential developments with interested investors. We've given information to logistics and rail companies, direct air carbon capture and sequestration companies. We've talked to a couple of people interested in data centers, as well as manufacturing and critical minerals, to name some of the developments that we've discussed. Water seems to be a critical part of that. Summer radio advertising partnership. Oh, this is another new thing. So the Ranch 106.5, we have developed with their help a bit some ads for the summer radio advertising partnership. We will see 5 30-second ad spots from June 16th to August 15th. And I believe we have an audio of that. Did we share that with council previously? We will look to do that. It's a really good use of money, very low cost to get the word out for our Room to Grow campaign. So that I think that pretty much sums everything up. We're really gearing up now for an FCSS for the STAR programs, wrapping up taxes, and just continuing to work with developers on trying to get investment in our.
Very good. Questions regarding the reports? What's the mom's emotion for it?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer. I'll have to bring that back. I think that's one of.
That's one of the program for moms.
Don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know every program that they do. I know more like the general. I will be sure to report back on that next time.
Any idea why development permits might be down?
I think right now there's just a lot of uncertainty around the costs of development, given all of the tariff talk and whatnot, and a lot of people are just, they don't want to pay for a permit that expires in a year when they don't know the cost of the development associated with it. So I think we're just seeing a lot of people put things on pause.
You say development permits at businesses or that's residential?
Both, we're seeing just about across the board, everything down with it, yeah. That being said, we're getting a lot of questions and a lot of interest, we have a lot of enforcement. So, plenty busy, just unfortunately not on new development.
So our development permit, if they got 1 year to build it, if it takes 2, they gotta buy it again.
No, what they have to do is they would have to extend it, which is just like another approval. So that does open up, like, let's say it's a discretionary use and you extend it, then we do the notification again. So if it's something that they're not sure if they would get approval, or that there may be some, neighbor worry about a development, we just see them not even starting, because they would have to do it all, not all over again, but you do have to do the referral again.
Going back to goal number 2, Deborah. 7 applications doesn't seem like very many for Collins transportation.
Yeah, that was the time of writing, which is always a couple weeks back. So that's where, we'll be sure to work with Jay to make sure that we.
Yeah, I don't think we have them all yet. The closing date is.
June 1st. Yeah, so we still have a few weeks, and if it's anything like last year, I think that we did a lot, quite, at the end.
Is there only one person doing income tax returns, or is that spread over a number of people?
I think it's largely one person. It's primarily one person.
And that's fairly simple tax returns with the T4s, T5s.
That's right. Yeah.
T4 OAS or whatever.
That's right.
Anything else? Thank you for the report. Entertain a motion to accept his information.
I move that the Lamont County Council accept the planning and community services department activities report for February and March 2025 as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. That 1 minute. Item on the agenda is the emergency service update direction. I don't have anything interesting to tell us.
I don't know.
Nothing ever happens in March and April.
That's right.
Right, everything that did happen happened in May, so you can't.
Yeah.
Your report.
No, there's some Aprils. Do you want me to do dinner or do you want me to wait? Yeah, so I'm happy to present our March and April report as, we have been busy. It's been a busy spring for us. You're all aware of the drought levels and the moisture that we've been lacking. So, here to give a real quick rundown of the last couple of months. We had some good rentals out at the RTC Center from one of our neighboring municipalities. We have a couple more scheduled with another regional or municipal fire service. They're coming over the next couple of months to do some rentals. We also have an inquiry from Enercare asking about the facility and if we could do a presentation. So DC Calder actually made a presentation to the Enercare management team and the emergency response team. As everybody's aware, there's lots going on in the world and lots of political things and some companies have eliminated cross-border travel at the moment. So some of those emergency response teams still need to do their annual qualification fire stuff. So they're looking to us to partner with some of those industrial sites. So we're working on that, which would be a huge boost for the RTC to get some industry in there and some industry use. So we're working on that. DC Calder's got some good inroads coming from the industry side of it. So we're working on that. So I will keep you updated once we have any further information on that. Spring duty crew, we've had lots of interest from our members, which is great to see. So they've been scheduled. They have been out and about doing brush pile inspections. Unfortunately, we're a little bit behind where we wanted to be just due to call volume. When over the last couple of weeks, we've been averaging 3 events a day. So those crews are out doing a brush pile. When they're needed, they kick off to the emergency event and then try and get back to the brush pile. So it's slowing them down a little bit on those brush pile inspections, but they are a huge value to us to have that truck on the road when we're getting these daytime calls with lack of people in the area during the day, during the week. We did some public education and some public interaction. We did some pre-occupancy inspections at some locations. So we are, excited to work with our municipal partners to do these occupancy inspections, means something has changed in their municipalities and somebody's moving into a building. So we've been looking after that. DC Calder's been looking after that. On the emergency management side of the house, we completed a 3-day ICS 300 course with some of our staff and some of our regional partners. That went really well. As you're aware, those emergency events can happen at any time, and the more prepared we are for them, the better we'll be able to react to them. We also had an emergency management temp has started with us. He came from 8, recent graduated 2 weeks ago Thursday and started with us last Monday. So that is being funded by reserves from the REAC. So as all 5 municipal partners have been putting money into the REAC and to the REMA, those funds were available for us to hire an EM assistant to start working through our requirement changes due to some emergency management act changes. So he's working through that. He's upstairs. You may see him in the building in the next couple of months, so he's with us till the end of August.
So if I can just interrupt you.
Yeah.
So he's the fellow that's sitting beside Nick's
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
right? And how long is he here?
Till the end of August.
Okay, and exactly what is what is his duties?
So he's working through the emergency management, our municipal emergency plan. There was some changes with Bill 21 where we have to update our emergency management plan. So that's all being done in accordance with the new regulations that have been presented to us from the GOA. So it'll be rewritten and then it'll go to the REACT for approval. And then he's doing, updating the ESS, the Emergency Social Services Plan, our exercise plan, our training plan, and contact list, all part of our municipal emergency plan. There's 8 appendices that have to be updated, so he's working on that for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Matter of interest, I think he's probably working for us for 10 to 15 cents on the dollar. Based on that incoming as a student from the Native Emergency Management Program versus, hiring somebody on the street.
Yeah, we had some consultant monies put away and this is our much better bang for our buck to hire somebody who's just graduated from the program a week ago, right? Nobody's more up to date on the acts and the regulations than that. So yeah, it's good to have him here and it's good to have somebody having some eyes on those things for us. As you guys are aware, the municipal emergency plan, document 1 is 227 pages. 7 of those documents to go through, so it's time consuming for somebody to put eyes on it and to review them, so. We also started our spring NFPA 1001 professional firefighter designation course with our internal students. We have 14 students in that program. That is on track. They wrote their provincial exams last Saturday and Sunday in advance. So we've sent those off to the province for marking and just waiting on results on those. We also received a fire services training program grant confirmation in the amount of $19,180. I think that's something we discussed in here before. The provincial government had doubled the amount of money available for us, so we had applied with the understanding we were eligible for up to $8,000, and then they've now opened that up. So we put in a grant for a larger amount than what we were allowed to, so we were happy to state that they funded the whole program for the tune of $19,180. And that'll be for a nationally recognized driver course, operator course, and some officer development for our POC officers. So we're happy to get that from the province. Moving on to some administration stuff. Our master plan was presented to all 6 councils last Monday night. You were all there in attendance, and that's something that we will discuss in further detail in council in an upcoming meeting. Real quick call volumes for 2025. In March, we did 30 events. In April, we had done 41 events in the month of April. And in the first 6 days of May, when I had written this to have it in the agenda, we had done 15 calls in 6 days, and we've done 18 calls since the 6th of May. So crews are busy, crews have lots going on. So they're busy. Goal number 4, as presented to the councils last Monday night, we had those 2 new tenders are in service, new engine. The manufacturer came up and did training with the Andrew crews last night, so that'll go into service tomorrow. The new engine. We also picked up the new brush truck cab and chassis. It was picked up a couple weeks ago and delivered at the deck fabrication shop. So the fab shop should be done at the end of May, and then we'll install the skid and have it on the road. We missed this spring fire season due to some ordering difficulties, but we'll have it on the road for the fall and for fire season next spring. SCBA compressor and fill station have gone into service after the capital purchase. Our 2 new UTVs went into service just before our wildfire season. They've been a great asset for us. We have had some requests from our neighbors to the north with their large fires, and that was one of the things that they did not have was UTVs with the ability to haul water and foam, so we sent crews up there with those a couple of days, which was a huge asset for them. And it was nice for us to be able to provide some support to our neighbors because, we may be knocking on their door one day. And then goal number 6, general relationships. We're still continuing with our quarterly meetings with our dispatch center out of Strathcona to ensure that we are working to the best of our abilities with our technology and their technology and the transfer over to NG 911. So that is my monthly report. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Chief? I guess, I know your report covers the period from March and April, but
Yeah.
how busy has Lamont County Emergency Services been in regards to supporting, I guess, Sturgeon to begin with, and now the Alberta government with the wildfire to the northwest of us here?
So the initial event, we were notified from the Sturgeon Fire Chief that they had a large fire approaching our boundaries. So that first day, we put crews on standby on our side of the river in case we had any spread come over. We were not requested to provide assistance to them that day. On the Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, they put in formal requests as neighbors through a mutual aid plan to provide assistance to them. So we sent crews, we sent a large contingency Sunday night. We sent 3 apparatus with 12 members on the Sunday night. Monday night and Tuesday night, we sent 1 apparatus with 4 members to provide service for them. Wednesday, we had a couple of events of our own over the night. Tuesday and Wednesday during the day, we were unable to provide assistance on Wednesday, and then Thursday, they had put a call out through the province and through the provincial AEMA program and had sufficient resources from as far south as Old and as far north as the lake. So we haven't sent crews back. We have been on site. We've met with their incident management team a couple of times. We did provide some, loan them some equipment that they still have on site there. So we've been over there working with them, just providing any assistance we can in that aspect. But we haven't put crews out there since last week ago today.
So is that? It's still not a contained fire yet.
No, they're considering it being held, and they have removed the evacuation, so they're doing a staggered re-entry into the evacuated homes.
You said you didn't put a crews up there since last Tuesday.
Correct.
They didn't need us, or?
We didn't have the ability on Wednesday based on our call volume, and we were starting to burn our members out. We're doing running days and nights with events. And then Thursday, they had resources from out throughout the province, but they didn't require us.
Yeah, you don't think about it, but once the evacuation orders and alerts started coming out, I think we had about a half-dozen staff members that were impacted. Christiane, you were one of them.
Only on the bridge.
And it, it just shows how close, that's how close it can happen to us, to our borders, and how quickly it can happen to us. We just went through that ICS 300 course, and one of the things we realized we needed to order some equipment, or not equipment, they're a resource tracking tool. They're basically a card system. And I was talking with some of the students from it, and they're like, well, why do we need so many of these air support cards for tracking? And I said, well, there's 4 helicopter over in Sturgeon and 1 fixed wing at that time. So those are resources you would have to track, and that's not remote. That's not California wildfires. That's not that's as close as you can get to us with sharing a border. So it just shows how volatile this spring season has been.
Yeah, more pictures are surfacing. Actually, we were in Fort Saskatchewan. Aaron and I got shown a couple, like Flames were real, like. Looked like these things were like 100 feet tall.
Yeah.
And miles wide. Like the skyline was of fire and it was for miles wide.
Yeah, well, we were on the riverbank on our side of it on that Saturday night, and it was just the whole north side of the river was lit up, right? My house is 19 miles from the river, and we had ash raining on my place Saturday night.
Yeah, you had it too at the fire at the water station and we had it at the Bull Round.
We had our yards, and then Bruderheim's covered.
Yeah.
That the wind was turning it is the yard, then the water station, then Bruderheim, then is going to the shell plant and stuff.
So yeah, that's why we're working hard on our emergency management stuff to, you don't ever wanna see it happen in your own doorstep, but we've seen what's happened in this province the last 5-8 years, and we need to be prepared for that, so that's why we're working hard on that emergency management.
All right, anything else for Chief Ward? If not, I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council accept the emergency services directors report
For March to April 2025 is information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried by 0. Okay, let's recess for motion 1207.
Progress.
All right, we'll reconvene the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting at 12:46 p.m. We are now on item number 10, committee reports. 10-1, we'll start with Councillor Anaka.
Nothing for me.
Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, I have two. I have the nails. I did that on Zoom. So that was a short meeting. They had the auditor's report, which said the metric group did it for them. It was a clean audit, perfect audit, everything was good.
Which organization was that? Was that the Water Commission?
No, that's Northern Lights. Sorry, Northern Lights. Let's see, what else? Oh, they had elections. And the new chairman of the board is Jean, but I didn't get her last name. The same thing, they had Jason from Division 1. Kelly from Division 3. And I'm not sure what division we were in. What zone are we in? Yeah, okay, then that's doing the. And that was it for the meeting. Then I had the Vermilion River, the VRWA. In a round table, first of all, the introductions and what's in everybody's division was a. And that was by Zoom also. Members reported how about the dryness, the wind, and the hay crops were in poor condition. Town of Vermilion, they're doing this eco buffer zone around the dog park. They're planting trees. Talked about grant funding. Oh, here was something new. The service for meeting. That AgVest is now tied to your farm plan. So you would have to have your farm plan done in order to get the AgVest.
Agri-invest or agri-stability?
Agri-invest.
No, I think it's agri-stability.
Agri-stability? Yeah, I thought it was.
Agri-invest and they don't ask.
I thought she said that's something, they said that's something new with this, that came on, but maybe not. Maybe they had the tax stability. What else was there? Well, the website is gonna be, they're doing some updating on that. And they're putting out new banners, draft banners, so. And that was about it, that was half a day too. So I moved that my reports be accepted as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Aaron?
Yeah, I have one. I was at yesterday evening, I was at the Heartland Air Monitoring Partnership AGM at the elections. They gave us some information that they have 17 monitoring stations in and around Lamont County, Gibbons, Fort Saskatchewan, Josephburg, and one in Elkhorn Park. They had a clean financial audit done. And there was about just around 40 people attended the meeting. That's all I have. Make a motion that Report be accepted as presented.
You're taking, they talked about.
Part-time air monitoring partner,
Yeah.
that's correct?
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, November 8th, I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for Plains Midstream at their facility that's located within the city of Fort Saskatchewan boundary. I thought they were Strathcona, but they're within the city of Fort Saskatchewan boundary. They just did a 30,000 barrel a day expansion to their fracking capacity. They frack propane and butane there, but they essentially operate a network of pipelines and they deal with a little bit of everything. And I got into a conversation with one of the people that works there, and he started talking about the C3 chain and the C4 chain and the C5 chain, and that was chemistry that was beyond my capabilities. So just pretty remarkable stuff that they deal with, but essentially the 30,000 barrel a day expansion increases their capacity by about 30%. So a good partner to have in the heartland there. One of the things I'm going to try and do is get Jennifer to hit him up for a sponsorship for the Reeves Golf Tournament. On Friday, I went to Lloydminster to the NAGO meeting. NAGO is the Northern Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity. Essentially what the group consists of is the mayors and reeves from basically you can go Lloydminster West, Lloydminster North, and Cold Lake Bonneville West, down to Smoky Lake and Lamont in this area. The agenda topics we talked about is number one is Highway 28. We kind of a lobbying group that we're lobbying Minister Dreeshen and Transportation to make improvements to Highway 28. Certain things have been promised, but of course you got to go through the engineering and the planning and yada yada. So they made some promises, but it's probably a little while before they come to fruition. Ironically, 1/3 of the government's royalty revenue comes from Bonneville, Cold Lake, Northern Alberta, this region. And essentially the only corridor to transport a lot of that energy is Highway 28. That's further compounded. The federal government is planning on spending $6 billion over the next 3 to 4 years on upgrading the Cold Lake Air Force Base. I guess at the base, absolutely nothing has been done at that base for a number of years. So it's a pretty dilapidated condition. So they're kind of doing a full facelift there.
That's federal.
That's federal. Yeah, that's all federal government money going into there. They're practicing with, it's a new fighter jet. There was the F-38 and I think there's a new one that he came out with now. Essentially, they need 30 loads of jet fuel for them to do their practice runs for 1 day. And right now, because there's no rail corridor between Edmonton and Northern Alberta, that's all got to be trucked. So there's 30 B trains a day that go up to Cold Lake on this fuel. Same with all grain that comes from up there comes down Highway 28.
So it's unbelievable, 30% of the energy.
Yep.
comes here and they can't afford to do the
No,
Highway 28.
no,
You know, that highway should be twinned
that highway should be twinned.
for all the traffic.
But all they're looking at doing is they're starting to look at dealing with passing lanes.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how many people have lost their life on that highway. It's a fairly high number. So, yeah, that's kind of, what the group does. We also are advocating the, Alberta Health Services is making changes to the way they deliver healthcare services. And, well, the mayor from St. Paul, sorry, Mayor Marine, I can't recall her last name. She's pretty active on this file and she's lobbying with the government with all the changes and stuff. Hopefully these changes work. They're supposed to be implemented fairly quickly here, but they may not be implemented for quite a while. There's lots of work to do in this particular file. That's the two major areas that we work on, but like I say, you get different perspective from different mayors from different areas and you'll all have their input. Dad, I don't know if you got any information on this. Is something happening with Hub where they lost their funding? Or losing their funding?
We have a meeting, I think.
You have a meeting later this month, I think.
Yeah, it's on 25th.
Yeah, okay. I would suggest you go to that one.
So I will be there.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Because Hub is really good because Hub, I guess, gives a lot of statistics for the area, which basically a lot of the stuff that we get our statistics from comes from there. But apparently the government, I believe, is cutting off their funding. So they may have to look at a different funding model. But anyway, go to the meeting.
I'll be there.
Coming up at the end of the month here. The third thing I want to hand out to you guys, and I appreciate, I still got to find out why their travel is so high and why they're costing out a bucket at $3,000. I still owe you guys that information. But I'm handing out the financial statement for the St. Michael Regional Solid Waste Commission. And if you go to page 3, you'll notice that we have investments of $1.9 million. However, the existing cell is just about full. And we're gonna have to construct a new cell here probably within the next couple of years here. And constructing a new cell could probably utilize $1 million plus of those reserves that we have on file there. So that's something that the landfill commission has to look forward to. Basically, their funding package is pretty straightforward. They provide the a budget at the budget meeting. Then they calculate the requisition from the individual municipalities based on that budget. And I believe this year requisition was in around the $285,000, which isn't that far away from what it has been. Last year, I think we were around 275,000. There is a bit of an issue. I think the landfill overall has a additional lifespan of 90 plus years. But we also have to allow for reclamation costs. And right now we have about $472,000 in that reserve. And the estimates are total reclamation costs could cost us in the neighborhood of $5 million. So. It's kind of cool when it's like the housing foundation or the landfill commission where you do a budget, depending how much money you make, you just build the
Yeah.
partners, right?
Don't worry.
Was there any questions?
That bucket was a snow bucket.
Right, not a fancy grapple bucket and snow bucket.
Aaron said he could make one for about $500.
Oh,
Yeah.
couldn't make it that cheap, oh.
Huh?
Couldn't make it that cheap, but I don't, it wasn't gonna be no.
The $3,500 was an excess.
Yeah. So,
Lane's midstream.
Thank
he's like, what I knew.
So if there's no other questions, I'll make a motion to accept my committee reports on Lane's midstream, NAGL, the Northern Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity, and the St. Michael Regional Solid Waste Commission as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item number 11, correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We have some, 11. On page 131 of your agenda packet, we have a letter from the former Minister of Municipal Affairs. This was kind of a gratifying letter because what he's done here is he acknowledged the items that we raised with the minister when we met with him in March. Mainly, are concerned with the mature asset strategy and the impact it has on the municipal revenues. Bridge infrastructure, replacement and strategy of code of conduct. Also, in the note are references to concerns that the council raised with regards to fire pumpers aging out well before the useful life is has ended. We just passed along to the Honorable Brian G. and council's concerned on mature assets and to Devin Reisher, Minister of Transportation. Council's concerns about ensuring that we continue down this path of approving STIP grants for bridge replacements. On page 132, we have a summary of both 50, the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act from RMA. We've already provided some briefings to council about the use. The use of vote counting technology not being part of the election in the future, except for people with disabilities, and some information about scope and process for ICFs. It would seem that we now need only have ICFs with municipalities within our boundary. Provided that we all agree. And it sounds like there's more to come in terms of the process of replacing our individual codes of conduct with one provincial code of conduct. Page 134 and 135 is more on the same theme as is page 136. So the municipality that prepares a permanent elected register in accordance with section 49 must on request provide a copy of the permanent elected register to another elected authority in the same area. So I think that has to do with reconciling lists of voters. 11.3 on page 137. There is an opportunity to nominate someone for the Alberta Recreation and Parks Association. awards. Don't know that there's anything within our municipality that would fit. But I leave it to councilors to consider whether there's anybody who would qualify for collaborative impact in the community leadership in that whole area of active living, recreation, and parks. An elected community official award or professional leadership award. Likely also something that might be emergent with our urban neighbors. On page 139, we have a request from the Friends of the Ukrainian Village for a silent auction item. Clearly, they're responding to the recent fire and the need to rebuild and reopen. This is probably one that's actionable. I spoke with Ms. Rendero a little earlier today, and it may be that we accept their letter requesting a silent auction item as a request for sponsorship. Council could direct staff to donate $250 or $500 or whatever you spit. I see little point in going out and buying a gift.
No. I think we discussed that a little bit yesterday.
On page 145, we have the annual offer of a grant. I think we qualify for up to $5,000 to put on an event. This is a little bit like when my parents gave me a gift card to go to a Ritz Chris restaurant for $100, and I had to pay about a $250 bill at the end of it all to be able to put on an event of the nature that the province of Alberta is looking for. Council in the past has made a decision that this is not one that we participate in. And then we on page 165. We've got an invitation to the annual general meeting of the Highway Association. I believe Deputy Chief typically goes to that. There are two items that came very late. You have to go to that. The first one is invitation for council to make a proclamation celebrating the World Family Doctors Day. This arrived in the manifesto. It's from an organization called Lamont. I don't know if maybe that World Organization. The doctors they're in Alberta, recognizing their hard work. And the request that we declare May 19th World Family Doctor Day in Lamont County. And there is an attached declaration. So let's call that one 11.9. And then we have 11.10, which is the somewhat regular Army district update, which also arrived this morning. Providing updates on all of the topics of interest, assessment review, mature asset, property tax accountability, recent legislation that's passed. Reiterating some of the information provided in the past about webinars available for those who are interested in running for office. Two actionable items, maybe more. The declaration of cooperation. The grant bill request to be another. Before
before we go there, I just kind of want to make a comment. It's kind of similar to the RCMP delegation with the K division. It's I guess we maybe all wondered why there were so many people in Minister McIver's office, but I guess they were taking notes and they did hear our concerns. I think a real concern that's front and center is the aging of our fire pumpers, and hopefully they can do something on that file. I just did a quick calculation in my head. Our new pumper cost us $650,000. If we can only use it for 15 years, that's $43,000 a year of capital just to have a pumper for 1 year.
That's one item.
Maybe leasing is that's one. Maybe leasing is an option to look at for a fire pumper. I don't know. Anyway, just an idea that just popped into my head here. Bill C-50, a couple things in there. I think this relates to something that you brought up this morning, Councilor Whitus, page 136, 49.1. A municipality that prepares a permanent election register in accordance with section 49 must on request provide a copy of the permanent electors register to another elected authority in the same area. So from that, it's the municipality's responsibility to put this thing together. I'm not too sure if you distributed the number of voters in each division.
Oh, I'm sorry, not yet.
Okay, you'll do it before we leave here today.
Yeah.
And the other part I wanted to bring up is the fact that they're looking at incorporating the council code of conduct within municipal affairs and not having councilors monitor each other's performance. That basically covers my comments on that. I do bring us down to 11.5. It's basically the Friends of the Ukrainian Village that they obviously have some work to do to restore the information center and some other buildings there. So their request was simple. They're looking for a simple auction item. My thought is that I think Peter suggested it is we can do this two ways. We can make a motion to provide them with X number of dollars, or we could have them apply through the Friendship Transportation and sponsorship grant. So it's up to council how you want to manage that.
I go one first, or let's just take their letter and accept that as their sponsorship request.
Okay. So is there a specific amount that council's prepared to look at providing the Friends of the Ukrainian Village? Well, it's better to $500. Little card or something. What do you think more? Sorry, 500. Yep, yeah, 500 too. Great. Yeah, good. Motion.
Swan County Council donate $500 to the Friends of Ukraine Village under the sponsorship program.
Thank you, Councilor Whitus. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? 11.7. Do we want to get involved in finding an event for the declaration of, oops, sorry, on page.
Always have it outside.
Aaron, you're the alternate on the Yellowhead Highway Association and
Yeah, I asked him if he'd like to.
yeah, not sure. Deputy Reeve is gonna be running next term.
Oh, I think I'll go. I just don't have my day planner in my calendar. It's not uploading.
But it's in the afternoon. 12 to 1:30 lunch. Lunch and I think presentation of.
Starts at 1:30.
Yeah.
Pretty, no, good to come here.
Yeah,
Oh, 12:30.
12:30 to 1.
Yeah.
And we'll move on to 11:09. We all have family doctors. These people are pretty key assets to the community and stuff, and from my perspective, I think they should be recognized with I think you're only looking for the proclamation of doctor today. It's not a week, is it?
Yes, it's a day. May
It's a
19th.
day, May 19th. Prepared to declare. Family Doctor Day.
One county council, the current family top today, so here you could. May 19th, 2025.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yep.
And then I will make a motion that Lamont County Council accept all remaining correspondence as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Great, I think that concludes the open session of our meeting. Are you caught up there, Christiane? Okay. So I will now entertain a resolution to go into closed session. I think we have a resolution written here.
Onto the screen.
Yeah, we said in the last council meetings.
That's why it's probably. On the screen.
Councilor Wood. Hey. Have you read the?
Yep. Make a motion that Lamont County Council move the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting into closed minutes or closed meeting at 1:20 p.m. Under the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, section 16.1. And 16. Both of them are 16.1.
No call.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep. Good.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back to the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting. Coming out of closed session, we have 3 resolutions to make regarding item 12.1. I can make that one, the Lamont County Council, that the aggregate audit report as information. About that, Christian. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. We'll want to make a motion regarding 12.2 to take action as discussed in closed session. Sure. This is what we do there, Dan.
The Lamont County Director Administration to take action on the enforcement matter as discussed in closed meeting.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? And Neil, we'll let you make the 3rd one there.
Lamont County Council Direct Administration to forego the county share of paying lease revenue on prior IPL land at northeast 235720 west of the port.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. And with that, gentlemen, we will adjourn the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting at 2:02.
Very good.